yes. Hello?
What do you want? I see.
Hello, traveler.
Oh, why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and we are here today to watch the Diablo IV Campfire, which starts in 18 minutes. Now, obviously, being the last epoch shill that I am, and can admit, 18 minutes, you know, that's enough time to maybe get a dungeon run in or something in LE while we wait. That's the idea. Linda, thank you for the raid. You went 10 hours today. That is a very long stream. That is a very long stream. Thank you. Welcome everybody from Linda's stream. Let's get the sound on the right. Bam. Oh, I gotta update. Everything is set for the podcast. There we go. Lots of free games on Prime today. Good morning, Aaron. Good morning. Man, so I had a meeting this morning. And I like peel myself out of bed, get to the meeting, start working on getting the podcast updated. And then I'm like, I already have to go live. Like, I'm gonna be late for the fireside chat. So no coffee, no breakfast. We're just right into it. Starts in 17 minutes. 17 minutes, and we will go full screen for it. Longtime Aaron YouTube build enjoyer. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming by the stream. Good morning. All right, who do we got? I can run through this blindfolded. Linda, I'm sure you ran away. Thanks again for the stream. For the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Windblaze, hello. Guilty, what's up? Autobot, hello, brother. Hope you're feeling good. Cajun, hello. Cajun, did you ever sleep? Did you legitimately ever get any sleep? Log out, how are you? You want me to stay up another 6 hours? Duh. You got to watch this D4 Campfire with me. Important, I think. Jedi, what's up? Canadian guy, hello. Vader, what up? He needs an LE shill emote. What would that emote look like? What would an LE... I already got the polka one. What would be the LE? LE rocks? Something like that? The graphics in this custom Diablo 4 look different than I expected. We have 15 minutes. Linda, listen. We got 15 minutes. All right? I'm just getting a quick dungeon run in for my new idea for this build. All right? EHG with a money sign behind him. Ooh, that would be a good one. That would actually be a good one. What's up, Trevor? That was me this morning with the 8 a.m. meeting. So you did get a little bit of sleep at least. That's good. This is the new plan. Frozen Ire. The new plan. Frozen Ire. Very, very good podcast last night. Been chilling in Linda's stream. You guys got to do another one for sure. Oh, for sure. Maybe next cycle. Cycle 3, we bring Linda back. By that time, she'll be too big for that podcast, you know. I just bought Dwarven Realms and saw that that's coming out of early access in a little bit. Yeah. I have a video coming out tomorrow morning for season 0, and the new season kicks off tomorrow. And it should be really good. Hi, Aaron, again. Kelsey, what's up? Mister, what's up? Get out of here. Dwarven Realms is fun. It's my favorite $10 game. All right, everyone, 13 minutes. What are we doing? 2 LP. Oh, wow. I didn't know this is tradable. There isn't a single 2 LP Frozen Ire in the market. Whatever. We want that T7 cast speed on it. That was probably silly. It wasn't good enough to do it. We should have sold it. And we got cast speed and or freeze rate and spell. I knew it. I should have sold it. Discord giveaway is up. All right, thank you, sir. How does that work exactly? Like the Sanctum getting the affixes onto the legendary? Basically what it does is it takes the number. In this case, we had 2 legendary potential, and it rolls a random 2 of those onto it. So it transferred 2 from the purple item onto the legendary. Is what it did. So we've got spell damage and freeze rate, and I've got cold damage and chill chance. Frozen Ire is a good one. That's fine. Actually, here we could do some testing. Campfire starts in 12 minutes. 12 minutes. You guys would love the chat right now. D4's terrible. D4's not terrible. PoE over D4. D4's the bit like just kind of like what we were talking about on the podcast yesterday. Just everyone's fighting. So the fewer affixes on the purple, the more likely. Nope, it requires 4 items. You need to have 4. Tribal War. That's right. What are we doing? Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Test Frozen Ire. Freeze rate and cold chill. What do we want to do? Go this way. I want to see if Maelstrom triggers this. Can't blame players. Blizzard screwed up big time. I know. That's not the right place. Playing Ellie is like being a calm pool between the raging rivers coming together. Oh, jeez. Okay, something very cool. Frozen Ire. Frozen Ire has a sub-skill on it called Tundra Nova. 15% chance to cast Tundra Nova on hit with cold skills. Chances doubled against undead. And Tundra Nova scales with cold, spell, intelligence, and attunement. Attunement being what we want, because this build we are using scales with attunement. Hey, what's up, Stoker? 9 minutes. Well, that's not good. I don't see any frozen tundra. Wow. Nice scepter. Log out. I shouldn't have done it. I should have sold it. There's not a singular T2 frozen ire in the entire market. And I had one that was tradable, and I slammed it, and yeah, anyways. Man, I really thought this would work. I'm guessing it's on the actual cast. How in the world can I test this? By the way, I'm on Legacy now, and I'm taking over the market. Great. He's on Legacy now, he says. How can I test this? I can't tell. It's for sure not triggering here. Change. I've refreshed several times now, and your stream is listed as Diablo 4. The Campfire stream kicks off in 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Seven. This doesn't look like Diablo 4. I know, I know. I know I should probably change it now. Log out. Why isn't this working? Sorry, I had to go let my dogs out. It's okay. Who let the dogs out? Cast a burst of frigid sleet to pelt enemies around the target. Chance to cast Tundra Nova on hit with cold skills. This would be like the perfect on hit with Maelstrom. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. All right, let's do this. There. Now we're right.
Roll in with a party. You're going to have a lot of fun.
This game mode is going to appear in the Eternal and in the Seasonal realm. And that means that once the season is over...
OMG, you are streaming. I thought you had a meeting and then we were going to eating breakfast. I was waiting for my eggs. I'm sorry, honey. I ran out of time. The D4 Campfire starts in 5 minutes. So I didn't have time. Does it have to be a melee skill? Nope. It says on a cold hit. No, I didn't need anything.
In order to be able to confront the Infernal hordes. First is you can earn reputation, and that reputation
log out if you want to test it if you have time. That'd be great. I would think Maelstrom would be the perfect skill. On a cold hit. Literally, Maelstrom is cold, it's a spell, and it's spinning around you. And there's no cooldown on it, so I thought it would just be triggering like crazy, and it scales with attunement. All right, here. So let me tell everybody what's happening today. All right, so here's the schedule for Thursday and Friday. This is just pre-recorded crap. This isn't the Campfire, just FYI. Today is the Diablo 4 Season 5 Campfire, where they break down what is coming on August 6th. Okay? So that is right now. Tomorrow is the THQ Nordic Showcase, where we're going to get the first gameplay ever revealed to the world for Titan Quest 2. That is tomorrow. Also tomorrow is Season 0, the last early access season for Dwarven Realms. And then it moves on to game launch out of early access, Season 1. So today, we'll watch the D4 Campfire, then play some Last Epoch. Tomorrow, THQ Nordic Showcase for Titan Quest and Dwarven Realms. Saturday, likely day off. That's the plan.
Than the last time you played it. We think it's going to offer a lot of replay.
No food, no
What we
coffee
also
makes
introduced
Aaron
during these
something,
waves
something.
Are opportunities for you to earn
Go
ether. Burning ether is the
crazy.
resource that you
Don't
gather
mind if I
during the
do.
Infernal Hordes that you can then spend at the
You guys
end
know
of the
that one. That's
activity.
an easy.
There's going to be a fixed number of waves that you have to defeat, and once you've completed all those waves, then you'll face the Fell Council, defeat them, and collect your treasure.
So upon defeating the Fell Council, the
I love how
spoils
most of
hell
these
will
clips are
spawn,
barbs.
and then you consume your burning ether and opening those chests. Now, the trick is when you are playing through these waves, that's your opportunity to earn as much ether as you can. Different events are going to spawn all throughout the waves around the periphery of the arena, and it's your job to try and defeat as many of those events as possible to try and gather up all the ether you can. Really skilled players are going to be able to really maximize that ether so they get the biggest payout possible at the end after defeating the Fell Council.
So with this burning ether, you'll be able to get new uniques, you'll be able to get new legendaries, you'll be able to get rare materials, things you might have scoured the whole of Sanctuary for in previous seasons or in the base game, but now we offer it to you here, down in the depths of hell.
A lot of these new uniques and legendaries really build on top of this idea that they've been forged in hell. And so they're going to have unique looks that you can then make into cosmetics to apply wherever you like. They can also have unique
Forged in
VFX
hell.
and sound effects to really create the sense that they were forged in hell. One particular one that I enjoy using a lot are boots. Boots, you say? Well, these boots not only have been forged in hell, whenever you use a power with a cooldown, they shoot out a ring of fire that hits everyone around you. That's just one sample of the types of powers we're exploring.
Ooh.
So death in the Infernal Hordes is
You can
quite a
spend
big
money
deal.
to
You're
buy the
returning to the
content.
realm of hatred, where Mephisto was born. Like, this has to be a big deal.
In the Infernal Hordes, it's a lot like Nightmare Dungeons. You only get a fixed number of revives in order to be able to get to the end of your run. So at lower difficulties of the Infernal Hordes, you'll get a number of revives shared between your party, but at higher difficulty levels, the game is going to start taking away those revives, and that increases the stakes that you have.
If you die too much, you'll be ejected from the mode. In the Infernal Hordes, we created a lot of new ways for monsters to ambush the players, and so I'm pretty stoked to see how our players respond to these.
The seasonal quest line and the eternal quest line, they have lots of little surprises and twists and turns in them. And there's even some surprises we've buried deep within the Infernal Hordes that hopefully players will have a great time with.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Brow, are we going to play or what? Here we go. D4, Season 5, Campfire.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our Season of the Infernal Hordes developer update stream. My name is Marcus Kretz. I'm a community manager here on the Diablo team, and today I'm joined by some very familiar faces. Adam and Adam, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, we did it. We took it over.
We took it over. It's just Adam. This is the Adam and Adam show. Now I don't even have to host.
I like how Adam Jackson's wearing an action RPG shirt.
And
He's
for
got
everyone,
that orange on.
Curious in chat, Adam is not going anywhere. As you all know, there's a ton going on in Diablo. Yeah, Adam Fletcher isn't going
This
anywhere.
one, yes.
Adam Jackson,
I deal with
but
this one.
Adam Fletcher. There's a ton going on in Diablo right now. We've had a ton of live streams. There's been so much going on, so it's just a lot easier to share the load amongst all the, the hosting live streams.
we just finished the Spiritborn live stream, so it's been a little crazy, and you know Marcus is here to help out. So you guys may see Marcus more here hosting some live streams in the future. But yeah, I'm not disappearing.
Today, you're
Adam
acting
is
as
staying.
Colin today.
Yeah,
Take over his
exactly.
stuff, yeah.
Today I get to pretend I'm Colin.
Ooh,
Yeah, I'm
That's a-
pretty excited about that.
that's a
Some
fun
big
task.
shoes to fill there. So yeah.
that is absolutely true. In terms of everything that's been going on in Diablo, we just had our Season of the Infernal Hordes PTR We've got a lot of learnings.
Yeah, but we also do have one additional person.
Of course we do. Mr. Dan Tangway from Albany, New York. Dan, welcome to the stream.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Doing great.
Good to see you.
See, Dan's in like the Cathedral of Light. We're in like the Burning Hell. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's perfect.
It's hot over here.
Exactly.
It tracks. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us today, Dan. And the Season 5 PTR.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of learnings. This was our second PTR for Diablo IV, so we have a ton of feedback to get into, but we also have some notes from the community on the PTR overall and some learnings. So, Adam, do you want to walk us through that?
Yeah, most definitely. You know, this is now our second PTR that we had. We had one for Season 4, and of course one now for Season 5. And you know, we've learned a lot from these PTRs. PTRs.
It's already too cringe to watch. Will you stop it? What's up, Turtle?
The entire team here. And one thing we heard a lot of feedback, at least from the Season 5 PTR, is obviously as you're playing through a PTR.
Oh, I was like, what's that sound? Last Epoch is still on in the background. It's calling to me.
There are more bugs, more issues just present in the PTR because we are getting something out there a little bit earlier just so we can get feedback in on it. But one thing that I think we most definitely heard from the community is, hey, the tools within PTR
Ryan, wake up.
Haven't been the best or the most efficient for players
that
need to actually test the content that we actually do have. And so one thing that we did want to at least address and highlight and acknowledge is that, you know, we do plan on making the PTR experiences better in the future. We do plan on equipping more tools for players out there, so they're not having to sit there and grind out, you know, maybe like all the new legendaries or uniques or something like it, especially in like Season 5, for example. We gave a character copy feature in this one, and then of course we had the boost feature which came back from Season 4. And when you boosted your character, a new character, you would end up getting some of the new legendaries or uniques within Season 5. What happened though is that it wasn't all of them, and then we had players within Season 5 having to actually go out and spend their time that they probably could be testing other things, like trying to find those items. And obviously that's like not the most efficient thing to do. So we do want to, we hear everyone, we acknowledge it, we do want to make the PTR experience better. So I will say that like in future PTRs, and you'll see this gradually over the next couple PTRs, it won't be all of a sudden like things will be completely different. But I do expect like, and players should expect like that we will have better tools for them to properly test as we gradually go through PTRs in the future. And we appreciate everyone like letting us know. Like we most definitely hear you guys, and we most definitely want to make that experience better from that. But PTRs have been great. Huge thanks to everyone for jumping in and checking it out for sure. So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that feedback is so important. So, you know, increasing, you know, how great these PTRs are.
Okay, I need to wake up. I don't know if I've heard a word they've said so far. What have I missed?
One of the huge features that we had in there was the Infernal Hordes itself. So for everyone who didn't get a chance to jump into the PTR, Mr. Dan Tangway, can you kind of walk us through what the Infernal Hordes is and what players can expect?
Not much.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you all a quick recap. So, the Infernal Hordes is a wave-based activity with push your luck choices in between each of those waves. So imagine waves of monsters coming in, lots and lots of monsters, in fact. And you also have some events, mini events that you can also participate in. Now, in between those waves, you're going to be making what's called the Infernal offer. And you're going to pick a boon or a bane, and that's going to change your gameplay for the rest of the run. So it allows you to customize what your Infernal run is going to be like. And so we probably see right here, we've got a Infernal offer that comes up. So you're going to select one of those, and that will then change, of course, the rest of the run.
I feel like what'll happen is there's going to be this is the best one to always choose. So it's like an illusion of choice.
You can see here. And the Fell Council, as you saw from the video that just came on right before this live stream, are former servants, well, actually current servants of Mephisto that you defeated in Diablo II and have now returned, and you must fight them once more. And once you beat them, you're going to be able to spawn what's called the Spoils of Hell. And these are chests that contain a lot of great goodies. And so with that burning aether you've been collecting all through the course of the mode, you're able to choose what kind of spoils you want. You've got spoils of legendaries and uniques, and there's some absolutely great new uniques and legendaries in Season 5, and you can probably farm about half of them, over half of them from the Infernal Hordes. You're also able to spawn spoils of materials and buy into that, and that will get you gem shards, that will get you Angel's Breath, and of course that'll get you masterworking materials, which you absolutely need to complete your items journey. You can also cash out and get a bunch of gold, which, for those folks who are re-rolling their items in order to masterwork them or to enchant their items, is going to be hugely beneficial. And then finally, there's a special bonus chest at higher tiers where you can get a guaranteed roll on a greater affix item. And so, since that's one of the main chases in the final steps of the end game, we wanted to make sure there was an opportunity for players to really, get a little more lucky with it. So, final thoughts on the Infernal Hordes. Remember that it unlocks at World Tier 3. You need an Infernal Compass in order to unlock it, and there's 8 levels of difficulty for it. And so, yeah, that's a quick recap.
Awesome. Thanks for walking us through, Dan. Super excited to jump in and try to grab some of those uniques. Now, I know considering the Infernal Hordes was such a big part of PTR, we did have a lot of community feedback with regards to getting into the mode, and, some of the pacing. So can you walk us through some of those learnings we had based off the PTR feedback?
Oh, absolutely. So there was a lot of feedback that came in, and so much so that we weren't able to address it all. But we did distill down some big trends and feedback that we were able to tackle. And so the first off is that we wanted to improve access to the Infernal Hordes. So yeah, it was just too hard to get into the mode regularly to test it. And folks who wanted to get into it very quickly couldn't get into it either. So we've pretty much overhauled access to the Infernal Hordes at this point. Compasses still exist, but the drop rates on those have been boosted quite a bit. We want you to earn around 4 or 5 compasses an hour so that you can do about 4 or 5 hour runs per hour. So, you've got, 50% chance to get them from item chests and hell tides, unless it's one of those item chests that costs, 250 cinders, in which case that's 100% chance. I mean, you put in the time, we'll just give it to you. And then, Nightmare Dungeon and Whispers, there's about a 75% chance to get one from a dungeon complete there. Compass tiers at really high levels, we wanted to make sure drop naturally from high tiered activities like Nightmare Dungeons and the Pit. And we've also given you a path to just crafting these outright with the Occultists, with Sigil Power and Forgotten Souls. And then finally, it was a bug that the first compass that dropped from the Eternal Quest, it was actually a World Tier 3. And if you were playing World Tier 4, yeah, you had to switch back to actually get in the Infernal Hordes, and that didn't feel great. So we updated that as well. Moving along, the next big thing that we focused on was combat. The pacing of combat wasn't hitting our goals.
Wow, this looks great. What are you talking about?
We had done a lot of internal testing on it. And, folks who weren't as endgame focused gave us a lot of feedback where, oh, this is super intense. Could we dial it back a little bit? So we did, but then we put it out on PTR and clearly all said, hey, no, we want more. So we're giving you more.
Too intense.
The first thing that we did, though, is we fixed some bugs that actually had a really big impact on the experience. There was a boss health bug. Man, that is hard to say. Boss health bug that caused all the bosses to be super tanky. And at tier 8, there were some folks who were spending almost an hour's worth of time in the Infernal's Horde, and that's not what we wanted. So we fixed those bugs and retuned everything, so it's a much tighter experience at this point. Similarly, there was a bug where difficulty wasn't scaling appropriate in multiplayer, so we fixed that. And then some tuning things. So the pace of mini events are pretty much rapid fire at high tiers now, and so you're going to be spinning a lot of plates in this mode. The monster spawn rates have also been increased to, really capture that feeling of being overwhelmed. And then finally, we reduced the wave timer down to 60 seconds. which just creates a much punchier experience for players, and of course retuned everything. And then on top of that, we said, you know what, let's just make it easier for players to pick up Burning Aether to increase that pace. So the pets now pick up the Burning Aether as well. And that's not all. Now, of course, we're all playing this for the rewards, right? And so it was really important for us to improve rewards across the board. You spend time with the mode, you want to be rewarded appropriately, and we weren't hitting that mark in the PTR. So we raised the minimum amount of Burning Aether earned from any single run. First off, every single source of Aether got boosted by 1 Aether. And then we added Aether drops to the Fell Council so that you're also getting a lot of bang for your buck just by defeating the boss as well. And that actually scales per tier as well. Next up, we retuned all the costs of the Spoils of Hell. So, the greater equipment, that one with the greater affects in it, used to cost $250, now it only costs $60. Similarly, we retuned the Spoils of Equipment and the Spoils of Materials, so now they only cost 20 Aether a piece. And then finally, we retuned all the rewards that were inside, the chests as well. So, at your bare minimum level, when you first start playing the Infernal Hordes and you're not sure exactly how it works, we still want you to feel rewarded just for the time that you invested. And so the rewards at that bare minimum feel pretty good now. But, if you are spending a lot of time with it, and you know how to optimize this mode, we wanted to make sure that, the rewards reflected that too, so that that higher,
on YouTube,
ceiling of rewards
Ash,
has been raised
I
as
just
well.
fell
So
asleep
you're
watching
playing at
this.
tier
What do you
8,
mean?
You are going to get significantly more rewards than you would at tier 1.
Are you not entertained?
Awesome.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
quite a bit. That's a lot of stuff
Also,
to change.
I just want to call out, Dan, your shirt is amazing.
I was going to interrupt, but I didn't want to while he was talking.
Now I just
digging
want
it.
that shirt, and I'm very jealous that I don't actually own that shirt. So
Yeah,
I will
I think
message you after the stream to let me know where I can get this shirt.
Yeah, I think someone on the team made it. So I was
okay.
like, yeah, I needed a new shirt for the live stream. So
That is her art, 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, now we know.
Okay, now I know.
and it is totally awesome. I had to wear it. So
It is Aaron. I totally know.
Aaron,
All
will
right.
we will be touching base after the stream.
Yes.
Yeah, Dan, that's a ton of changes. It sounds like
Yeah.
we're really cranking up the intensity for the Infernal Hordes. Really, really cool to see. Super excited to jump into it. So I know for the Infernal Hordes, that's one part of the season that's coming, but there was a lot that players didn't get to experience in the PTR that will be coming with the season. So can you kind of share what's going to be new for players coming into Season 5?
yeah, absolutely. So the PTR was
I
really
have
focused
T7
on
sealed.
features
Yep.
that were on both the Eternal realm and the Seasonal realm. And we have a number of seasonal exclusive features that y'all haven't had a chance to play with yet. So we're going to tell you about them now. First up, we've got the seasonal progression. So you're going to see what we call the reputation system and some footage here in just a second. And the reputation system is something that we had in Season 4 and actually earlier in some events. And we've brought it back here because it serves as a great backbone for the season. And we've evolved it in some significant ways. So first off, how you earn reputation is a bit different now. It was really important for us in Season 5 to give you more of a give you more choice in how you wanted to earn your reputation. So previously in Season 4, you earn reputation through just playing Hell Tides, as you should, because we made a lot of improvements to Hell Tides in Season 4, but here we wanted to broaden it out a bit more. So you earn reputation in Season 5 by just defeating powerful servants of Hell, elites, Hellborn, champions, bosses, so on and so forth, right? And so that gives you a lot more choice to say, hey, I can earn reputation in Hell Tides, or I want to earn it in the Infernal Hordes. Or honestly, I want to take a break and do a stronghold. You'll get reputation there too.
Nice wrecker.
Another small tweak that we made that's pretty important is that when you pick up reputation, you actually get a small boost in XP as well. So as you're continually filling out your reputation track, you're starting to level up just a little more quickly than you did before. Now, another thing that you might have seen are these big green tiles in the reputation system, and those are seasonal quests. So we made it very clear that hitting certain tiers of your reputation system now unlock the seasonal quests, and it actually starts to weave the narrative through the progression a bit more, which we really like the feel of, and we hope to build on in the future. And then finally, again, it's all about the rewards, right? So there's lots of great returning rewards in the reputation system. You're going to be able to earn uniques, specifically class-based uniques. They're going to help you figure out what you want your build to be early on in the season. You're also going to be able to get other powerful equipment, big drops of crafting materials.
Like how
and of
honest
course,
you are
the
at
very
Aaron Action
end of the
RPG.
reputation
Hey,
track
thanks,
will be a
Crazy.
resplendent
I
spark
appreciate it. Thank you.
that you can use to ultimately craft a mythic unique. Next up, we've got the seasonal quest line. I was teasing it up a little bit with the reputation system there. So the Season of the Infernal Hordes has a rather unique narrative flow because we have an Eternal quest line that introduces, a big new feature that takes you back to hell, right? And so we wanted to make sure that was available to everybody, not just seasonal players. And that also starts at World Tier 3. Now, for those of you who played the PTR have already seen it. That's the one that features Lokrin helping you.
Everybody catch that? Cycle and Legacy are the same.
Seasonal quest line named of Lambs and Wolves, which we're kind of teasing right here. And new NPC named Estelle is guiding you to become more powerful before you join Lokrin to journey back to hell. Now, this one's going to be a little closer in tone to the Iron Wolves quest in Season 4, but it's going to be a bit more expansive than that. And like I said, it weaves in and out of the seasonal progression. So how do they relate to one another? Well, the seasonal quest line is exclusive to Season 5. And so you are able to get a really more complete picture of the story by playing both the seasonal quest line and the eternal quest line. You can kind of think of the seasonal quest line as almost like a prequel to you unlocking the Infernal Hordes. And but we also wanted to make sure that our eternal players don't get left out. This is an eternal mode that we're introducing after all with the Infernal Hordes. And so, the Infernal, or rather the eternal quest line here, which is named Eyes of the Enemy, is going to be available for all players and won't go away after the season ends. So it's going to be there forever. So if you decide sometime down the road that you want to check out the Infernal Hordes and say, I don't know.
He did say you should play both quest lines in the Eternal Realm and Seasonal, right? I don't know, maybe I've lost my mind.
Lines this season. And then the final thing I want to introduce are the Hellbreach dungeons, which we've gotten a few teases of before, but we can go into more detail here. So these are all new micro dungeons to show that Hell has started taking root in Sanctuary. Now, since the Infernal Hordes is an endgame activity, World Tier 3+, we wanted to make sure we had some content that targeted our World Tier 1 and 2 players. And so you go into these, it's going to be a great source of reputation. It's going to be a great place to get some powerful items. And it's a pretty cool place to just kind of experience what the gameplay is going to be like down the road. Now, originally we had kind of patterned these off the Donheim tunnels, if y'all remember those. But, with the introduction of Helltide in Season 4, we had to change it up a little bit because I don't think that alone would have sufficed. And so what we did is we pulled in a lot of elements from the Infernal Hordes, and we're using this as an opportunity to introduce those elements. So you see right here, we've got a simple Infernal choice that shows, that basically says, okay, do I want my boss to be a little simpler or a little more difficult? And you get to choose. Hopefully the person playing chose the more difficult one. I didn't see, but you're going to be rewarded a lot more for taking that risk of making the boss more difficult. And you're going to be earning Burning Aether, and at the end there are going to be some spoils that you can spend on. And like I said, you'll get some really powerful gear that should help you on your journey toward encountering the Infernal Hordes. So if you want more details on these, I recommend that you check out our blog that came out 2 days ago. And yeah, thank you.
Dan, that's awesome. I gotta say, chat got pretty excited when you mentioned domain tunnels. They kind of blew up there. So definitely a fan favorite.
Everyone remembers the dopamine tunnels. Yeah,
Right.
And it's great that there's now like opportunities for players within like World Tier 1 and 2 to actually be able to have other options of leveling up. And with these new Hellbreaches, it's
a good way to
for people
tease in the new content.
Exactly.
Experience it, yeah.
Then you get into those Infernal Hordes in World Tier 3 and away you go.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Dan, thanks so much for joining us. As Dan had mentioned, we did publish the Season of the Infernal Hordes blog a little bit earlier this week. We are going to have patch notes that will publish following the stream. So for any details we reveal across the stream, you can check those out for more information.
Yep.
Dan's going to join us towards the end of the stream for our Q&A. So if you have any questions, please drop those in Twitch chat, and we'll be pulling them to get into those towards the end of the stream. So we just touched on a ton of stuff that's coming in Season of the Infernal Hordes itself, but based off the PTR, we also have a ton of changes coming across Sanctuary.
Yes.
And to walk us through from the other end of the stream, Mr. Adam Fletcher.
I get to pretend like I'm the person on the panel. I'm gonna.
You designed and did all of this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
This was
Put in all the
me.
changes.
Yeah, we have a fantastic design team here, and I am gonna bring in my inner Colin Finer to talk about some stuff. But yes,
We got to zoom in on his paper and see what he's got written down on it.
in the blog and some of the stuff that people heard from PTR, but there have been changes.
By the way, if the reason why I like yelled or laughed out loud is he said when you come to the end of the dungeon, you could pick if you want an easy boss or a hard boss, and we hope you pick the hard boss. I can't believe it. That is unbelievable.
And big topic within Helltides was Baneful Hearts. If you guys remember back during the PTR stream, we talked about how Season 4, everyone had a plethora of Baneful Hearts. I mean, it felt like everyone was always carrying about 100 to 150 at any given time, and you could deposit as many to your heart's desire and still always have that same amount. We wanted Painful Hearts to feel a little bit more special, and so during the PTR, we actually did take the number down in terms of how many you would be able to earn. We did hear everyone's feedback. People were like, that feels kind of crappy. So we most definitely readjusted the drop rate of Baneful Hearts to really kind of close that gap in between Season 4 and Season 5 PTR. We wanted to make sure that was, it feels better. Like you won't have 150 on you at all times, most likely, but you still have plenty now to be able to summon the Maiden as well. So some of the changes that we have coming up for Baneful Hearts and the raids that will help with this is we're bumping up the drop rates off of chests within Helltide specifically. Players will also be able to get a guaranteed heart drop off of Helltide commanders now. And then one big thing is within world bosses, we actually have an image of like where you'll be able to now get your hard drop rates guaranteed, is world bosses. Sometimes world bosses actually do spawn within a Helltide zone, and we thought it would be kind of cool that, hey, you killed the world boss there and a Helltide happened to be present in that specific zone where the world boss is. Now you'll just get a guaranteed 3 within that world boss kill, which is kind of nice. So
That's super cool.
We're also bumping up the drop chance to like local events, mastery chests within Helltide, and of course Harbingers within it as well. And then one big change that we're doing within this as well is the Blood Maiden within World Tier 1 and 2 in Season 4 and even Season 5 PTR, you would have to deposit 3 hearts, just like World Tier 3 and World Tier 4. We're actually tweaking that down to just 2, so for World Tier 1 and 2. So there'll be one less like altar pedestal for you to deposit a heart to summon the Blood Maiden within World Tier 1 and 2, which should help out with,
It just makes your farming a little bit quicker in the early levels.
Exactly. And it doesn't feel like you're needing to put in that many for those earlier levels.
That much easier to chain a ton of Blood Maidens back to back to back.
Exactly, yeah. So next thing we did want to talk about is within Helltides as Tortured Gifts, another change for World Tier 1 and 2, there'll be less cinders required to open up the Tortured Gift chest within World Tier 1 and 2, so it's dropping from 100 to 75 specifically. And then this is something we talked about in the last stream where it was like really difficult for players to actually kind of go through a Helltide.
Which is
and
D4 a
complete,
laughing stock
you
here?
know,
I don't get it. No.
full-on,
Just
like,
people
you know,
are
Tree of
comparing it
Whispers, like,
in
progression
chat to
line
Last
within
Epoch
Helltide.
and PoE.
So now you'll actually be able
And
to
reacting
earn
to
all 10
what's
Grim
being shown on
favors
screen.
within a Helltide for sure. When it's in
Steven,
one
thanks for the
subzone,
Prime sub. Thank you.
And actually deposit that within the Tree of Whispers and get the Whisper cache out of it. I know sometimes it would take like sometimes 2 Helltides to actually do it, or you would have to leave the Helltide and go to a non-Helltide zone to kind of finish it off and stuff. And so we wanted to make sure that was more efficient, specifically within Helltides. And then this was a big thing.
Big one.
So, you know, we talked about during the Season 5 PTR stream that we were, that Profane Mind Cages were a Season 4 mechanic. It was
well,
only
they were,
within that.
technically.
Yeah. And so it was removed from Season 5, heard the feedback, and people were like, wow, we really miss Mind Cages, bring them back, what's going on? So we did bring them back, and we brought them back in a cooler form. So now you can actually stack up. So one, Profane Mind Cages are coming back for Season 5. You can actually stack these now up to 3x in Season 5. This is seasonal only, so this is only on the seasonal realm specifically. But now stacking up to 3x does actually boost up monster
Better
levels
rewards, better
pretty
XP,
significant.
better everything,
Yeah, so you'll end up, you could knock monster levels up, 30 levels if you want.
That's pretty interesting. So now you can fight Helltide at what, 133? I think it is. That's gonna be a tough Helltide. I like that.
So Profane Mind Cages are back and in a kind of a cooler form for Season 5, which is really
amazing.
cool. And we really appreciate the feedback we heard from players regarding Helltides on that. Next, overall, just general game updates that we do have. One big thing that we're doing is we are boosting legendary drop rates off of really pretty much almost like most content, like Helltides, Nightmare Dungeons, Infernal Hordes, for any monster that is level 100 or higher. So you'll be able to see and just obtain more legendaries that way, less rares, things like that. Separately, enchanting, one big thing we heard is, people were somewhat blocked a little bit with Angel's Breath. And so we did remove Angel's Breath as a cost towards enchanting. It's no longer required. We've actually now kind of just swapped this over to the respective legendary salvage. So for instance, armor, it would be Coiling Wards, weapons, Baleful Fragments, and then jewelry, Abstruse Sigils. That tongue twister there.
Abstruse Sigils.
Abstruse Sigils. But you now have the ability of being able to do enchanting. Just note that, of course, gold costs are still associated with enchanting, but now it's a little bit, removing a little bit of that friction with the Angel's Breath requirement. And then this is something that we had talked about beforehand, which is just crowd control. Overall, within Season 5 is going to be a lot better. I know crowd control can be sometimes painful, or either knocked down,
or
here
knocked down
stuck,
and frozen
like
for a million years, and
poor
crying,
barbarian,
and then dying horribly.
And so CC duration has been essentially just pretty much reduced across the board to 1.5 seconds max. And then one cool feature is you can also spam potions now while you're CC'd. Really good for people in hardcore, or maybe it's it creates more desperate moments of I'm still dying, no matter what. But you now have the ability of being able to spam potions specifically if you are CC'd, which is really nice. We were talking about charging
bloated corpse fiends when they all stun you and they do the poison AoE. Yeah.
Exactly.
As a keyboard slammer myself, thank you. For
yes, exactly.
change.
Next update we have is world bosses. So funny enough, this actually fell into Season 5 PTR, but then we forgot to actually put it in Season 5 PTR notes. And we actually forgot to actually mention it. We got a lot of reports of people going hey, why are world bosses tankier and harder to kill?
Actually fight back now. Wait, what?
It's
I'm not
what's
used to
going
this.
on? So they actually had a feature called Resilience on there. Essentially, Resilience normalizes damage across all world content. So it's if you shared world content. So if a bunch of people are all coming into a world boss, you should expect to find that the world bosses will be a little bit more tankier, a little bit longer in terms of the experience that you're having as you're fighting against them.
When they go over the new uniques coming to Season 5, From there, we'll determine what we're going to play.
Boss was here for 3 seconds.
I'm thinking Druid.
exactly.
3, man.
So-
Mine, they barely even spawn
Go
in.
back to my
It
roots.
was actually present in PTR, and we actually got a lot of people that were going like, "Hey, I think this is a bug," and it actually wasn't a bug. It was just something we forgot. We forgot to actually mention in the patch notes, so that is our bad. But we do want to make sure that everyone's aware that world bosses now have a feature called Resilience, and that will end up helping out with those encounters specifically. Separately for bosses. Pit boss damage has been reduced pretty much across the board. And then one big thing that we did want to call out is we got a lot of feedback within Season 4 and of course the PTR for Season 5. We saw some people address the changes that we were having there. But pit bosses had this tendency within Season 4 to have like very sharp damage, where it would scale up really hard, and there were times where you would run into a specific pit boss, and you could potentially just get one shot based off of like the shadow boss that would
the
appear,
extra ones coming in would just come, one shot you and laugh as they left and you died.
Yeah, so now there is a feature within Season 5 where those Shadow Pit boss
Have a good one, Tech.
will appear, and they'll actually leave kind of a stacking debuff onto players now. So, and it can go up to 3 times, and then obviously when it gets to the max, you have a very good chance of getting like heavily punished for taking up to 3 debuffs from that end. This is really to allow a little bit more flexibility for players, based off of the feedback we heard regarding a lot of the one-shots and things like that. You now have the ability of being able to take a couple of these debuffs and maybe not like completely get punished from that. It's less about like the perfection.
Yeah,
kind of
King,
involved,
and you'll have a
but
way to remove the
more so,
debuffs.
Being a little bit more forgiving in some of those opportunities.
As a
now,
player, I'll never
if you
touch
are
D4
a person
again.
that just,
Once
like,
lied to several
face tanks
times.
Things
Still
and
go back
goes in and
to
immediately
those.
takes 3 debuffs.
Spitting in
you're
your
probably still
face.
Gonna, learn that that damage is still going to be very sharp with the 3 debuffs. So, but it is something to help out in regards to that.
Yeah. To be clear, how that debuff works is every time that you get hit with one of those shadow boss mechanics, you'll take the debuff, and it increases all of your damage taken. So the regular boss is going to hit you harder, and the shadow bosses are going to hit you harder too.
Exactly.
So you just don't want that to ramp up too much, because then everything is going to be more punishing.
Yeah,
exactly.
There's a few people already asking about those debuffs in chat. So
yeah, it just increases all your damage taken. So basically, you get some freebies of getting hit by them. You really don't want to, but then after that, you got to watch out, because then it's about as hard as Season 4 was.
Exactly. So, and then another big thing. So this was something that was actually not present in the PTR, but it's something that we've heard a lot of feedback about, and actually a ton of feedback about. And this is group play in pits. In Season 4, the way that it worked was if you were in the pit and you were the party leader, and you had 3 friends that joined along, you would essentially get through the pit. You would get all the masterworking materials for yourself, 100% of them, and then everyone else around that joined you would only get about like 50%. And it felt pretty punishing for people to really kind of join up with friends and run through pits. And we heard a lot of feedback of like, hey, it'd be great if I'm just joining my friend, we can all just get 100% of the pit material rewards. And so that is being tweaked for Season 5. Now the whole entire party itself will end up receiving 100% of the materials that you end up receiving at the end of the pit. So we appreciate the feedback. Thank you guys for letting us know. And this is something that wasn't in PTR but will be for Season 5. Next up, we have Endgame bosses. So this is something, of course, we talked about during the PTR, and we do want to highlight again because I think this is amazing and will save a whole lot of time.
So nice.
You can now resummon endgame bosses immediately after you end up killing them, so as you're going through the different boss ladders and stuff.
I saw Rob doing this in PTR, and you can't see the floor. There's just 1,000 uniques, and he just picks up the purple ones.
No more exiting the dungeon, resetting the dungeon, running back, and then having to do it over again. This should save up a whole lot of time. This should help a whole lot with farming as well, specifically for gear. And you'll be hearing a lot about all this new gear from Adam here in a second. But there were some additional changes as well to some of the endgame bosses that we do have. Like, for instance, the first one we're going to talk about is the Beast in Ice. The Beast in Ice, of course, required a sigil to actually summon, or to actually create the dungeon to go in to fight the Beast and Ice, there's no longer a sigil that will be required. And also the Beast and Ice is now way closer to the dungeon. It's going to be a short dungeon crawl similar to the other endgame bosses, so you're not having to, go through a lengthy dungeon.
Yep, a whole
just
dungeon
for
just to get to the boss. Yeah.
Likewise, no more sigil dust will be required for summoning the Beast and Ice. And then, of course, we thought about internal players in this situation because some of them have actually crafted a bunch of sigils, and now since sigils are no longer required, you can still use those leftover sigils to immediately resummon the Beast and Ice without needing the mats that are still required for the Beast and Ice. So it's kind of a nice benefit to them. And then, of course, Varshan also got some updates. Varshan required a bunch of different body parts, and now Varshan just requires malignant hearts. And, of course, we thought about eternal players in this specific instance. Eternal players can convert their old body parts to hearts by going to the alchemist. That's a magical alchemist. I can tell you that. But if you ever need a spare heart, you just go to an alchemist. That's just how it works.
Swap it out.
Yeah, that's just how it works. But yeah, some changes coming to that. And then separately, endgame bosses, for endgame bosses, the boss ladder bosses, they won't be dropping rare items anymore. They're actually just going to drop additional gold, and of course,
thank
you.
you.
Will have the opportunity of getting legendaries and uniques and mythic uniques from them. So, but
we've been saying stop dropping rares, just turn them into gold, because we have to collect all the rares, then go to town and vendor them. It's very silly. No one uses rares. Drop it as gold. That's good.
And then on tormented bosses now drop 5 times as many boss mats as before. And of course, all tormented bosses have a better chance of dropping a mythic unique. So we are boosting up the mythic unique drop. There's actually specifics on all this stuff in the patch notes that people can read afterwards. And we've also reduced the Stygian stone cost for the tormented bosses. Before it was 2. And now it's dropping to 1, so it should help out with players wanting to experiment or try out some of the more difficult endgame bosses that are available, which are their tormented versions. And then one big thing that is happening, and this is something that was kind of mentioned in the blog, but and people will see more specifics in the patch notes. Experience is changing in terms of like the XP bonus from killing higher level monsters. It's no longer capped in, I believe it's now. Well, it's
I think it used to be 10 levels higher.
Actually,
you didn't get more.
it's so capped, shall I say? It's capped at 30 levels. That's actually incorrect on the slide, but. It used to be 10 levels. It's now 30 levels,
Nice.
and that's across all world tiers.
You can now go 30 levels higher from XP. I think the last speed run was level 104 hours.
In 4, you would only get level 60.
Level 60
Power level just became a
Now
bigger
you'll get up
third-party
to that level
business.
80
Oh, for
experience. So,
sure.
it should help out a lot. If you are willing to go through more challenging content, man, you get more experience.
They might as well start you at 100.
Cool. And it's also really nice that because it plays really well into the stacking profane mind cages, which are now available within Helltide, because that can actually also increase monster level by 30 levels as well. So it's kind of a cool little add-on, you could say, from there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah, I think that's it for general game updates. Yeah,
Holy
but
smokes,
again,
oh my god,
yeah,
that's
holy moly.
as I talked about a bunch.
Yeah.
It's all in the patch notes. You guys will see the patch notes afterwards.
Yeah, really amazing to have all those changes. Chat was absolutely lighting up with regards to all the changes to the pit, and of course, even though we've shown the boss summoning reset again, they got just as excited. So
awesome to see, and we really appreciate everyone's feedback during PTR and hearing, especially about the Helltide stuff. And we totally hear you guys.
Hey, it just popped into my head. I didn't sleep last night. Is this guy replacing Adam? At the beginning, he said, hey, I'm here. I'm going to be running the stream. Adam's not going anywhere. He's here. He's just going to be doing other stuff or something.
Got a ton to go over with regards to updates, uniques, some bugs fixes, and a ton of class balance changes. Who better to walk us through, Mr. Adam Jackson?
Yeah, let's do it. So we got a lot to talk about today. I'll try and go as quickly as possible. Firstly, thank you all for your feedback and comments. We got a lot of class-related feedback on the PTR, a lot of balance feedback, a lot of just how it feels to play things. And we actually reacted pretty heavily and did a lot of changes between PTR and Season 5 launch, some of which I think some people know, and some things are going to be new for you today. So really, yeah, we have a lot of things that changed. In many ways, honestly, it's going to feel like almost from a balance perspective and kind of a what your class can do in your journey, it's going to feel almost like a very different game compared to what you experience on the PTR. I'm going to go through a lot of like the systemic reasons why, and then some specific things that we did to every class, as well as, of course, updating all of our uniques and kind of the impact that you can expect from that. So lots to talk about. So first, we're going to be talking about bug fixes. We've got quite a few to go through that I think are pretty notable. Again, we're going to be doing the class balance updates after that, and then the unique changes. So those will be the 3 things I'm going to be covering today. So firstly, as usual, we're going to be publishing the patch notes right after this, so you can read all of them. I'm not going to cover everything today, but just some of the more notable ones. So first is one on the Necromancer that we've heard about for a while now. It's a Shielding Storm. This is a legendary that when your Bone Storm damages enemies, you get a barrier equal to your max life. It used to be based on your base life instead of your max life, and now we finally fixed that. To be clear, this is a pretty huge buff. We may have to reevaluate the power of this a little later, but we're going to see how it goes. But now that barrier is going to be very significant as you're hitting enemies with this aspect. Next, we got a couple on the Barbarian. The first one is the Twister Glyph. This is a Paragon node glyph. It wasn't properly giving you bonus multiplicative damage when casting Dust Devils, so Dust Devil builds will be a little bit stronger. We also fixed an issue with the Tempering Earthquake duration. Beforehand, there was a bug where it was actually lowering the DPS of Earthquake because it was increase the duration, and then your DPS would go down, so we fixed that, so it's now actually just going to make you hit harder. Next one, I did a call on one of our content creators, Woody Joe, here. This is why we have PTR. He found a neat little oversight that we had with a passive called Trick Attacks, and I'm actually going to go over this in a little bit of detail because this fix will be coming a little later.
3 seems completely
39 ranks, so offensive passive is pretty good. So a little bit of background to this. Basically, we changed how this passive Trick Attacks, what it does. It went from something that was more utility-based, where it was around CC, and we turned it into damage. But we didn't update under the hood for like tempering and where it can appear from a utility to a damage recipe of where it would show up. And so it was appearing on utility, which is a lot more common than damage, and then you could get it to silly ranks like this. So to fix this, right now, or on the PTR, I should say, it was on this recipe called Alchemist Control, where it was with Chilling Weight and Shadow Crash, which are also like CC-based passives. For Season 5 launch, we're actually going to be disabling this recipe from dropping. You won't be able to see it for a patch while we fix this bug. And what we're going to do is, once we re-enable the Alchemist Control recipe to drop, Trick Attacks won't be on here anymore. What we're actually going to be doing is we're going to be taking Flurry Size from another recipe called Rogue Innovation here. We're going to be moving Flurry Size, which is more of a utility-based thing, and moving that over to Alchemist Control, and then just removing Trick Attacks from Alchemist Control. So the net effect of this will be that now both recipes will have, both tempering recipes will have 3 different options of what you can have there, and Rogue Innovation will actually have a little bit of a buff here too, because instead of having 4 things to roll for your tempers, we're only going to have 3. So it'll be a little bit easier to get what you want. Next, we're going to be talking about some generic class balance updates. So kind of to set you up, a high-level theme that we're going to see in our feedback from PTR was Barbarians are really, really good, and every other class is kind of a little bit weak, it feels like, compared to Barbarians. So we did a lot of things to address this. So first, I want to go into detail a little bit of how we feel about Barbarians and where they're at and what we want to do. We feel like one of the bigger reasons why Barbarians are so strong is that they kind of have 2 class mechanics compared to other classes, right? They have the expertise system, which is like a normal class mechanic where, they have this fantasy of leveling up their weapons and then they get bonuses. But then they also get more item slots compared to other classes, so they get more access to more legendary powers. As far as how we tackle this, we don't want our only solution to be to nerf Barbarians, right? Like, a common thing that we hear is like, hey, they have more item slots, maybe you should just get rid of the item slots so that everybody has parity, right? Like, that is a way to make parity, but, it takes away from their theme of being a master of weapons, and it's not very fun. So that's not the only thing that we want to do in this situation. The other thing is that we want to keep their class identity, right? Another common suggestion we hear is, well, just give all the other classes more item slots so that they're the same as Barbarian, right? And similarly, kind of like how Necromancers have minions, we don't want to give every class minions just because, they don't have access to the cool thing that Necromancers do. We don't want to just give every class, more slots so that they're exactly the same as Barbarian. We want to really try and keep what makes them feel special as a special thing, and find other ways to kind of bring parity to the classes. So here's kind of our strategy of what we're thinking of with barbarians. We have a few different things that we're going to be doing. One is we're actually going to be adjusting how much damage all the classes get from their core stat, and this is going to bring other classes up to the level of barbarian. I'm going to be going over that in a little bit. We are going to be reducing the power of barbarians as part of our solution, but again, I want to point out it's not the only thing that we want to do. And then we also want to target the other class mechanics and really bring them up to the level of the barbarian effectively having too, and making the other classes feel cool in the way that makes them thematic and awesome. We already actually experimented with this in Season 4. This was an intentional thing that we did, and we wanted to see how it went with the Necromancer. If you remember, we buffed minions very heavily, and we also buffed the Book of the Dead, their class mechanic, very heavily. Not just numbers, but also...
I mean, am I wrong? They're basically just going to make strength weaker and other core stats stronger, which would buff, just nerf barbs? Is that?
We're going to be probably doing this after the Vessel of Hatred expansion launches, so it'll be a little bit. So we are doing some things in the meantime to catch them up, but you can expect in the future we're going to be doing kind of a big overhaul to the other classes similarly to the Book of the Dead, and so their cool factor and their power level is going to be going up. So let's talk about that core stat update that I talked about previously.
There was just such a big build-up in talking that I thought they were going to do something different.
So if you didn't know, on live right now, when you log into the game, you get about 1% more damage per 10 stat of your class. So as an example, you know, the I don't know, pick one, the sorceress, you know, with intelligence, you would have 10 int, and then you would get 1% more damage. If you had 100 int, you'd have 10% more damage, and so on. So now it's going to actually depend on the class what that ratio is of how much damage you get per your core stat. So the Barbarian is going to be staying exactly the same, 1% more damage per 10 strength. The Rogue is going to get a little bit of a buff here because they do have a little bit more slots compared to other classes, so they're going to be getting 1% more damage per 9 dex. And then the other 3 classes, the Sorceress, Druid, and Necromancer, are going to be getting 1% more damage per 8 core stat. So, you know, without doing a lot of math, the TLDR here is Barbarians are staying the same, Rogues are going to get a bit of a bump, a bit of a buff, and the other 3 classes are going to get even more damage. So as you get that core stat, which you get very commonly, you know, in Gear and Paragon and other places,
the Barbarians
you're just going to be doing more damage.
Aren't changing.
It's just a passive way that we're going to be catching up the classes.
There obviously has to be more to this.
So next, let's move on to kind of our class updates. So I'm going to be going through all the different classes and talking about kind of what our updates are going to be for them. Some of the things you can expect that are different from PTR to launch. So Barbarian, you know, currently Barbarians, in addition to having more item slots, have some of the best key passives in the game, like in Season 4 and on live. One of the very main ways that we're targeting bringing them down is reducing the power level so that really their key passives are comparable to other classes. We on the team felt like, you know, they already have all these other things.
What's funny, they just did this whole thing about nerfing strength, and they're keeping it the same.
You know, over 100% multiplicative damage when the other classes are doing way less. So you did see that on the PTR. We did see a lot of feedback on like, why are we bringing down Walking Arsenal to have parity when, you know, it wasn't even really meta compared to the other key passives. And I just kind of wanted to bring some light to this of how we think about it. The reason why we brought Walking Arsenal to be level with the other ones when we brought them to be equal to other classes is that, you know, we want all the key passes on Barbarian to have parity with each other. If we just brought down the other key passes that were way overperforming and didn't bring Walking Arsenal down to be even with them, then really Walking Arsenal is just going to be the best mandatory pick, and every Barbarian build is going to have to interact with this system. And we really wanted them to be equal with each other so that, you know, there's actually a choice when you get to your key passive of which one to take. So I just wanted to clarify that of, you know, what our thinking was there. But, you know, it's not all doom and gloom for Barbarians. You know, we did hear feedback of like, man, it really sucks. You know, I understand that they're being brought down and it's fair, but, you know, we want to have some things to look forward to. So we did introduce a number of buffs coming in between PTR and live so that you have some things to look forward to and new build paths, or your, you know, underperforming builds are not being brought down as well. So I'm going to give a couple of examples here. One.
Hold on a second. I might be being a bad listener. What did they nerf on Barbarian? It seems like all they did was increase the power of the other ones, and they're buffing Hoda? I mean, come on.
So we're upgrading this legendary power, so now it's going to be doing more damage against bosses, so it'll kind of help you with that single target issue. Another one is Upheaval. Upheaval builds can rejoice, and also a little bit of a preview of kind of how we're changing uniques, which I'll be going over a lot more later. But we're increasing Upheaval damage by about 15%.
Upheaval.
And we also rounded out Hellhammer now. It's quite a bit more powerful. I can point out a bunch of things here of how it's better.
Damn,
you can see it gives more skill ranks of Upheaval
on
compared to
Hellhammer.
before. The damage of its burning on the ground, just baseline went up. It also has scaling on the burning damage. So, before the burning damage wasn't really a meaningful part of the unique. One of the things you're going to see with uniques across the board is that they're going to be a lot more about the thematic of what the unique is, and that's where their power is going to be. So here, the burning ground actually will scale with your strength at a pretty significant degree. So, it'll actually be doing meaningful damage, hopefully.
Autobot,
you can also
look
see
at
its
that
inherent
Hellhammer.
affix now is damage to burning enemies. Instead of overpower damage, so it's going with that theme of Hellhammer burning the ground. It's also giving you skill ranks of Wall Up, a passive, so that's more multiplicative damage. You also get Upheaval size, so now your burning ground and your Upheaval is going to be bigger. So there's just all kinds of new things going on. It's going to be a lot cooler, a lot more powerful, and hopefully a lot more fun.
Yeah, Hellhammer looks absolutely insane.
Yeah, and 300 strength also, by the way, no big deal.
300 strength,
or 360 strength, no big deal.
No big deal.
It's going to be pretty good. So next, the Sorceress. We got a whole lot of feedback that, the Sorceress isn't powerful enough compared to other classes.
We got so much. I'm going to stop us right here. We got so much feedback about the Sorceress.
Just a little bit. And the Druid.
And the Druid.
And the other
and the Necromancer. I will just note.
I'm sorry, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I might have missed it. In this stream, what did they nerf about Barbarian? That's my question.
Not powerful enough. So we did quite a few things to address it. Firstly, they've got a lot of large buffs to their uniques. I would say even more than other classes. Your uniques are going to feel really good, is the hope, and I think we've hit it.
Nothing.
I'll be going over some of them a little bit later. We also buffed all of their core and mastery skills by about 15 to 20%. So just baseline. Remember, this is in addition to the core stat buff. All of your core and mastery skills are also getting buffed baseline by a pretty significant degree, so you're just going to hit harder. We also did multiple defensive buffs. We heard a lot of feedback that they have trouble surviving in situations that the other classes could kind of get away with. These are some examples. We did more than this, but Ice Armor, your base shield amount is going up from 40% to 56% of your max life. Snow Veiled aspect, this one was updated from PTR to launch. So on PTR, it was that your Ice Armor gave you Unstoppable and gave you armor. And on launch, you're still going to get Unstoppable, but you're going to get damage reduction, which, anyone who knows how the defenses within this game work is way more significant than just getting armor.
Yeah, when you hit that armor cap.
So far, Season 5, we're going Upheaval Barbarian.
Like Pac-Man, as much as you
Number
can
one.
get,
I love
better,
Upheaval.
and now, give
yeah,
you
the
it,
DR is going to be huge. Very big.
Also, we did multiple buffs to the Paragon board. Again, this is not covering everything, but one of the things is that, we put a lot of caps to make sure that some Paragon nodes just didn't go out of control compared to everything else, but we heard feedback that, those caps were a little bit too punishing, so we increased them. An example here is
maybe we'll see what they say about Druid.
On PTR, it capped at 40% more multiplicative damage, and we increased that up to 80%. So now your burning damage, that's based on your crit strike multiplier, is going to be going up. Your total amount is going to go up, but then also the rate that you get it. It used to be 1% per 50 int, now it's 1% per 20 int. So you'll be getting more efficient bang for your buck for your int and a total cap that's much higher. So Druid, similar to Sorceress, surprise, surprise, got a lot of feedback that it's not powerful enough compared to Barbarian or other classes. So we've got a lot of multiple quality of life and damage buffs coming in. Again, these are just some examples. Also, you got to remember the uniques are going to be coming in as well.
Boulder damage,
went up. We increased the damage across the board of their core skills mostly, and we missed boulders, so we're increasing their damage a bit. We also got a lot of feedback that we came out with this really cool unique for Cataclysm that made the lightning bolts smart and target enemies. And then a lot of people were like, "Hey, why does it have to get a unique to make my skill be smart?" And we agreed, so we just made the skill smart baseline. So now those lightning bolts from the ultimate will just target enemies.
That's pretty smart.
Perfect Storm, the Storm key passive is getting its damage boosted from 30 to 40%. Seismic Shift, this was an aspect that we think is really cool where your Earth Spike kind of goes in a line and does a bunch of Earth Spikes. Used to have a Kiss Curse mechanic and it no longer does. So before it used to give you this big bonus of way more resource reduction gen and more damage on it. But it added a cooldown, and now it just doesn't add a cooldown, so you can spam it and cast a bunch of Earth Spikes everywhere. Should be a lot more fun.
Not enough.
Also, similar to the Sorceress, we're buffing their the bonus cap on their legendary Paragon nodes. So an example here, they went from 40 to 60%. So you've got Thunderstruck, Earthen Devastation, and Survival Instincts. We've got a little visual there at the bottom node, but you can see that top end of the damage is now 60%, so it's going to be better than PTR. Also, we came out with that new unique I mentioned for Cataclysm. It used to be on the gloves on PTR, which a lot of people, which we agreed with, kind of felt bad that, you've got the two storm-related uniques on the same slot, and you can't take them together. It was competing with Unsun Ascetics Wraps. This was the Lightning Storm unique. But now it's going to be on the range slot, so now you can take them both together, so they're not competing with each other anymore. Next is the Rogue. So to be frank, the Rogue we feel like it's in a pretty good spot, so we didn't do as many changes compared to other classes.
That wasn't a lot for Druid.
Today, but they got the least changes. The first one is Flurry. So as you know, if you played the PTR, Flurry got some pretty dramatic updates, right? Both of their enhancement and both of their choices that you could pick on the base skill got changed and made a lot better. We saw that, a lot of the output of Flurry was related to doing the mechanics that the enhancement and the advanced Flurry were requiring you to do, like casting it a bunch of times in a row and stuff like that. And we wanted to move some of that damage from those enhancements and things into the base skill. So the enhancement and the advanced Flurry are still going to be pretty potent, but we lowered their damage and instead just juiced the base skill even more.
Guilty. You might get me to Druid if we have some new shiny uniques.
Doing the stacking mechanics to get it. Next, Wind Force. This one has had a troubled history of just trying to find ways to make it really good and useful. Instead of knocking back enemies when it procs, it's going to knock them down now. So you no longer have to worry about like knocking enemies out of your CC, or you want them to be grouped up next to you and then you're just knocking one of them or a few of them away. Yeah. Now they're just going to go in place. We have a before and after here. Again, a little preview of what we're doing with our uniques.
This is what Frosty LaRue is excited about.
Wind Force. You can see some of the things here as a preview. It's going to give you move speed baseline, which is pretty interesting as a stat on a bow. You've got chance for double projectiles for your barrage. You've got a couple passive upgrades there. And then as you can see, the damage went up, but also now it knocks.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This weapon doesn't have dexterity on it, though, right? So isn't it terrible? Sorry.
Heard a lot of feedback that Blood Necromancer players are a little sad. They just aren't really catching up to the other versions of Necromancer. So we've buffed up a bunch of their tempering recipes and the damage on them. We're also buffing their legendary Paragon nodes. Here's some here that we did. Bloodbath. This one just makes your overpower damage go up. It's being doubled from 35% to 70%, so that's pretty meaty. Blood begets blood. That damage bonus when you're picking up blood orbs is being doubled, and the maximum amount is being doubled, so you're getting more per stack, and you need less stacks to get to your max damage. So pretty good there. And then last but not least here, Lucky Hit. We've heard a lot of feedback from Necromancer players that, they kind of rely a lot on the Miasma Corpse Explosion to get their Lucky Hit procs off, and that their other skills don't really compete, and so they can't really have fun with Lucky Hit-based builds, more generally. So we just buffed Lucky Hit on a bunch of different skills, so you can see there what all the numbers are. Again, those will be on the patch notes, but really they're just going to be Lucky Hitting more often and getting cool procs more. All right, so next, let's talk about uniques a little bit, right?
I'm super excited about this.
Yeah,
super
so as we promised, in the PTR stream, we said that, we have this kind of different philosophy when it comes to uniques, and we went into detail
50
there.
pounds,
and we updated our uniques coming into Season 5, but we didn't update all of our existing uniques in the game yet. So we've done that pass now. We've updated nearly every unique in the game, and I'm going to do a little bit of a recap of kind of how we thought, and then giving you some examples of what we did. So these updates are fairly dramatic. We're going to be showing you 3 from each class, as well as 3 generic ones, to give you a really meaty idea of the different categories and ways that we thought of updating uniques and kind of, what you can expect for your builds.
Yeah, and I know, and Marcus is going to remind us about this at the end as well. But
you'll be hearing it a lot.
Yeah, but I will say, we are showing 3 here and 3 for every class and 3 generic ones. But every single unique is actually in the patch notes. Yeah. And we have a before and after in the patch notes, so you guys will have easy access. And
you can easily compare the two and see what was the difference.
So after the stream, you'll be able to compare. And so we're just only covering a small amount here. We'll see everything.
Autobot, what are you talking about? That it would be over too soon.
Absolutely massive, so you'll have a lot to lots of snack on there.
Yeah.
So one of the things is your general power level of unique effects is up, and by unique effects, I want to be clear, that is like the thing at the bottom that is like your, deals 40 to 60% more multiplicative damage or whatever. That number is going to be up on the higher end. So instead of 40 to 60, it'll be 40 to 80 or 40 to 90 or 40 to whatever, right? So that power level is just going to be generally up almost across the board. And then really what we targeted for these updates is the stats on the uniques. So the stats are going to pretty much break every rule that we had in the game before when it comes to being a cool item. So some things that you're going to see, and I think I got an example of most of them.
Has Blizzard talked about uniques? Do they want it where your build is all uniques? Is that, or you just pick one unique that unlocks the build?
More inherent stats. So something that didn't exist before, you know, some items can have 2 inherents instead of just 1, which is a pretty big difference. We have a lot more that have stats that break normal slot rules. So, you know, things like movement speed on bows or cooldown reduction on weapons, stuff like that. Uniques also can now have tempering affixes, right? None of them really did this in Season 4, but now that tempering's in the game and uniques have to compete with these really great tempered items, uniques can have that too. They can also have much higher potential stat values compared to normal items. So, you know, if a normal item has 20 to 40% more damage, a unique can be like...
You can temper uniques? Is that correct?
Affixes. So unique can have juiced up versions of tempered affixes that make them solve those problems much quicker. Also, we've introduced a lot of stats that really have powerful effects on them. Sometimes even a single stat on a unique can have the impact that a legendary power normally would on an item as far as what it does to a build. And we'll have a couple examples of that where like a stat on an item is actually giving you a new effect.
No, they can now roll
that didn't
with
exist
them.
before that you could do.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so again, we're going to be going through 3 examples per class and 3 generics. And I'm going to just try and quickly go through and kind of point out some of the key things that are kind of neat about the items. So
I can't believe they buffed Hoda.
Yeah, you guys see some cool
That
items.
is the funniest part of this whole stream.
Yeah,
oh
so
my
first,
gosh.
Penitent Greaves. This is a generic unique. You can see here, this one now has 2 inherents as opposed to 1. Another thing that you can notice is that normally, you know, the evade that grants more move speed is only for 1 second, and this one is not only has 2 inherents, but it's for 2 seconds. So you'll evade and like, you know, boost around at crazy sonic speed for a couple seconds, which is pretty neat. And now you can run through enemies while you do it. We've also got some neat stats there like crit chance against chilled enemies and chill potency there that are new to the game. Here, Fists of Fate, this one a lot of people saw a little bit early and they were very happy about. So one thing I think that's kind of cool is that with our uniques, we're really trying to like double and triple down on the fantasy of the item. So, you know, if something's about cold or something here, like Fist of Fate is about like RNG to the max. So we're really going hard on like what the theme is. So here you can see like your attack speed can go from 0.1 to 8.7, and everything on it is like has a huge range of what you can roll.
That's a
so
pretty
like,
cool
a
item.
A greater affixed Fist of Fate could be like a best in slot item for a lot of builds.
The lucky hit chance on this.
Yes, this is the one that people point out that we.
It's just crazy.
I talked with one of the people on our team. I want to shout out Al.
No, Trevor, what's funny about them buffing Hoda is that for season 1, 2, and 3 and preseason, it is like night and day better than everything. And then they nerfed it and they're bringing it back.
Yeah, greater affix Fist of Fate there is going to be really cool. Next, the Grandfather. Mythic unique example here. You know, a lot of people had issues with the ignored durability loss, you know, where you would like masterwork hit that or something and then you're not getting anything. We just moved that in to be a baseline inherent affix now, so you don't have to worry about that, and then replaced it with something useful with max resource.
And I will note, like, even in Season 4, because that durability loss was kind of, was actually a hidden stat item, sometimes when you found a greater affixed version of a Grandfather, it would actually apply to that. That is now
buffed Grandfather.
Yeah,
it's just inherents can't be graded, which is something that we thought of a lot with this. So. Yeah, so now let's go into the classes.
Ooh, I like this one.
Battle
We
Trance.
use this.
This one exists already on live. Probably the 2 big things here. One is, you know, you have 2 different passives now that you get. A lot of times we're adding skill ranks to passives because that's a way to add multiplicative damage or just buffs to really cool effects on a unique via their stats. The other thing to point out here is the actual effect. Before it was giving you increased attack speed to all of your other skills when you had frenzy stacks. Now you're going to be getting damage and attack speed. You know, we heard a lot of feedback from players that they would hit attack speed cap, and then this unique wasn't really doing very much for them. So now you're also just going to get damage in addition to making it easier to hit that cap for your other skills. So it's just, you know, more stats, stronger.
These are both
next,
of the
Reign
items
of the
I
Ravenous.
use.
A couple things here. One is it's giving you skill ranks of Rend, which is pretty significant. And remember, that 2 to 3 might not seem so significant, but when you greater affix that and then masterwork it, like your potential of more damage on this goes up very significantly. We're also giving you skill ranks to brawling skills still. Thing to point out here is your Rend's
No.
duration.
Oh,
This will also just increase the throughput damage of it, has been doubled, so that's just more damage on Rend in addition to the skill ranks. And then also at the bottom, a small little detail, but before you could only apply that special effect of your brawling skills, applying your Rend's bleed every 4 seconds, and now it's every second. So now if you're able to spam brawling skills, you're just going to be applying Rend bleeds to enemies and stronger Rend bleeds like crazy.
Literally,
So
I mean, again, I'm sure every
boost.
unique is good.
Next, the Fields of Crimson.
All
the thing
3
that
of
we
these
wanna
items
call it
I
here,
use
there's
on
a
my
lot of
last
things that are
season
kind
4
of
builds.
unique and different, but is that one kind of rule that we had with item stats that we're now changing and breaking is we never really buffed things like enhancements or like the AB, like the different choice upgrades that you could do for a skill. This one actually buffs enhanced ruptures explosion size. So, normally when you rupture an enemy, it does that explosion. This will make that explosion be way bigger. So it's kind of a neat way that we can manipulate player power via stats. Next, let's move on to the Sorceress. So the
have
staff
to
of
play
Endless Rage, we
Barbarian.
have a combo here that we're going to show a
have
little
to.
video of a before and after with this.
Guilty.
Fireball builds.
Kelsey, I have
the
to.
staff now does some, and the gloves would be doing some unique things to fireballs. One is plus fireball projectile speed.
I know, Trevor, you're right.
So this is actually going to make your fireballs fly through the air faster or bounce quicker, and so you'll be able to get through them and they'll finish their path faster. You've got the tempering recipe now, so it doesn't compete with your chance to cast twice. And you can see there, it goes up to 75% just on that.
If you play
one
Paladin,
stat.
I'll
So
play
it basically
Crusader.
Almost solves it for you
Al,
by itself,
I think
which
that's
is
fair.
pretty huge. You've got some massive skill ranks to Fireball, so now, again, way more multiplicative damage than before. And then, you can see at the bottom that the upper end of that damage is going up per the same as most of our uniques. And next is combos with the Gloves of the Illuminator. A couple things to kind of gloat on here is the Fireball attack speed is going up by a much bigger amount than other classes, or than normal attack speed, on other slots. Also, you get mana when Fireball explodes. I played with this build in, I think it was Season 1, and I constantly ran into mana issues because you always want to spam this as much as you can. So when you think of this stat, you can greater this, you can temp or masterwork this.
And you kind of combine this with the attack speed here, and then you combine it with the projectile speed.
Yeah, and you get a lot more fireballs. Remember, it's every time that it explodes, which when it bounces, it's exploding.
Yeah.
And when you're splitting and getting more from multiple projectiles,
Where's
you're
Frosty
getting more bounce
LaRue?
explosions. So it's giving
Fireball,
you a
Frosty.
resource engine.
Yeah,
Right
essentially
now,
a fireball
Bleed
machine.
Barb has
Yeah, so
taken
we've got a little
over
bit of a season 4
Upheaval
to
Barb
season 5 comparison
as
here
far
of
as
what
what
it
I
looks
want to
like.
play for Season 5.
A little video. So in Season 4, you can see, every third cast gives you 3. But Season 5, you're going to randomly get 3, and then sometimes even more when it combines with the double projectile bonus. So you can actually really fill up your screen with fireballs everywhere. And every one of those bounces is giving you mana back to cast more.
That's ludicrous.
So it's pretty cool. It's its own little engine. Next, we've got Blue Rose. Probably the cool thing to point out here is there's a chance for ice spikes to explode twice. So this is also something that we haven't really done, where we have these, we call them sub-powers internally, but these things like Dust Devils or Ice Spikes that are like powers that generate when you cast a skill that are usually through legendaries or uniques. We generally don't manipulate them too heavily like this, but we're going to be experimenting more with that in unique stat affixes. So here, your Ice Spikes can actually like double proc, so they get double explosions.
Is it worth selling 0
and any
LP
other
wrong
things that would
warps?
proc off that would be
I sold
doubled, which
all
is
of
pretty
mine.
neat.
They all sold. Frank's.
Next, let's move on to the Druid. So Waxing Gibbous, this is the Shred Druid unique. So what we did here that I want to point out, in addition to the fact that you're getting a bunch of skill ranks to Shred and Toxic Claws, which is
What's
a bunch
up,
more
Uncle
multiplicative damage, so power
John?
level is going up
Thank you for the raid.
significantly.
Welcome, Raiders.
Is Blood Howl grants stealth for a few seconds. So what's really cool about
D4
this is, we basically
Campfire.
added a new mechanic via a simple item
You're
stat
welcome.
in this unique, and it combines with the unique effect, right? So before on live, you kill enemies with Shred, you go into stealth, and then you come out and you guarantee crit. So as you're killing enemies over and over, you're just critting constantly as you go in and out of stealth. But you couldn't really do that against bosses. You had no other ways to get into stealth. But now we've created an alternative way where if you cast Blood Howl or get the Blood Howl effect in other ways, you'll go into stealth and get this proc, and now you can get this, against single bosses or in situations you couldn't before. So we've given you a potential way to create your own engine, which is pretty neat to get those infinite crits.
That's pretty cool.
Next, Great Staff of the Crone. I believe we showed this one earlier.
This is
to
one of my
people,
favorite
but,
items in the
just
game.
wanted to point out, what was special about this. Storm Strike, chaining to additional targets, things like this. Again, it's a single stat that does something that kind of really changes how the unique works, right? You're gonna get all the different procs and different effects by chaining to more enemies more often. You can also see here that the upper end of that damage that you could get is going up from 150% to 200, so it's just better. And last but not least, we got Storm's Companion. This one I again wanted to highlight another new thing that we're doing, and I want to call it here is the lucky hit chance for the pack leader spirit boon. So
I used to have a punching bag in my garage before I moved to Idaho.
Mechanics, but here, this pack leader, this isn't like a passive or thing in the skill tree. This is in the spirit boon, your class mechanic, and this increases that lucky hit chance to get a reset on the cooldowns of all your companion skills. So again, this is something that normally we don't get to manipulate, and now you'll be able to do, and I think it'll be pretty cool.
We have also decided that pack leader is 2 words instead of 1.
Yeah,
Everything's getting updated.
Yeah, everything's updated.
Everything's changing.
All right, moving on to the rogue Eagle Horn. Let me see. What did I want to? I think just pointing
Companion,
out here, this
Druid
was about
buff,
moving
not as good as Barb.
The tempered recipe. The penetrating shot projectiles can cast twice. Again, another example of that. We're also giving you a bunch of skill ranks to penetrating shot. Again, this is a way that we're adding just
Uncle John, have you been following any of this stuff?
Damage in ways that aren't in the unique effect. So these stats on these things can be very strong out the gate, and then again, tempering and masterworking just makes these go really, really high.
Coffee's finally kicking in.
Next, Word of a Con. This one was a really silly, fun one that we liked. You see there, the one I want to point out. Well, one is the ultimate damage. Actually, ultimate skill damage for the rogue.
I see everything about
kind of a
D4.
premium because they have that Paragon node that makes it turn into multiplicative damage for all your skills. So that's actually pretty meaty.
Barbs need a nerf, so here's a bunch of Barb buffs that are
also,
huge.
Also, the chance for Rain
Druid
of Arrows waves to cast twice.
So here's some mad garbage.
Normally we don't do, chance to double cast on ultimates, but
Autobot with Ring of the Ravenous, we're going to be able to apply Ren's Bleed every 1 second with a buff to the Rupture Sword.
Really trying to bring out the theme and the fantasy of these uniques in the stats, in the effects, to really create something special. And next, Saboteur Signet. I was running this in Season 4. I'm a little sad that I'm going to be doing something else in Season 5, but I loved my stun grenade build. But here you can see a bunch of grenade damage, obvious theme for the grenade build. We're also giving you a lot of your stun grenade
Uncle John, what
here.
class are you going to play D4 Season 5?
That kind of creates your own engine. You're getting +1 energy when a stun grenade explodes. And this is each individual grenade, right? So you usually release a cluster of these things. So now, again, I spent a lot of my time in Season 4 trying to solve resource and get ways to cast this a lot to throw out those stun grenades. And now this kind of helps its own engine. Also, one thing to point out here is that it's no longer just a flurry unique. It's casting a core skill, throws stun grenades. So it's a lot more generically applicable. You can use this with all the different core skills, not just flurry. Next, Necromancer. The big one I wanted to point out here, we're going to be showing both of the Blood Surge uniques and how they've been updated and they combo with each other. We have a stat here that Blood Surge drains more times from elites. So to be clear, this is the drain, not the explosion. But the drain does feed into the explosion damage, and there's a lot of synergy and things based on draining enemies. So now, one of the problems that Blood Surge has always had is when you're fighting a single target or a boss, you only drain one enemy, and then you're not getting your explosion damage up. But now you're going to be draining multiple times from those elites, so you're going to be getting more life back and other procs when you drain, but also your explosion will be more significant now against them. Next, Death Speaker's Pendant. This is the other Blood Surge unique. We also added another thing that combines with the other unique where you're getting essence per enemy drained, right? And so now, as you drain enemies for the explosion, you're going to be getting more essence back to cast the skill and spam it more. We're also giving you a bunch of ranks to Blood Surge, which, just makes sense. So, 50%, before masterworking and tempering multiplicative damage is already a giant buff to this. But then also you can see that, the numbers also went up on this as well. So it's just going to be pretty significant.
Can't wait.
And last but not least, Greaves of the Empty Tomb. This is your Sever unique. Lots of stuff to point out here. One is you have multiple inherents. So, normally you can only get 3 max of 8 charges. You get more here. We also had a fun little thing where your evade now leaves behind Desecrated Ground because this is the Desecrated Ground unique. We also have chance for Sever projectiles to cast twice. We have Sever Size.
Good to see Autobot feel better.
We
I
also
couldn't
give you
agree
ranks
more.
to Reaper's Pursuit. So
Aaron,
this
what
is
kind
really
of
about just moving
roast
and
do you
grooving,
prefer?
going around. One thing I want to point out here as well is this new aspect of creeping mist that came
like
in. You can combine this with the Greaves of the Empty
Like a good
Tomb.
brisket?
So this new aspect, we heard that Necro players want mobility, and boy did we give you mobility. So what this does is when you evade during, first of all, you get evade cooldown reduction, so you evade more. But when you evade during Blood Mist, you travel twice as far, and both when you enter and exit Blood Mist, it resets your evade cooldown. And one of the things that makes this crazy, where we might actually be crazy, and I hope we don't have to revisit this, but we're going to see, is that reset of your evade cooldown counts for all of your charges of evade. So what this means is, and we have a video, is that you can evade 5 times, then evade in Blood Mist, and then evade 5 more times. So see here, then you're evading in Blood Mist, and you're leaving behind that desecrated ground everywhere.
Just skating around, you know?
Yep.
It's like an ice skating rink.
So every time you cast Blood Mist, you're going to be getting 10 evades. It's silly and hilarious, but we're putting it in the game, and I hope you don't regret it.
Necros are going to be zooming.
Yeah,
I probably drink more Dark Roast than Light Roast.
Yeah, so that's kind of our preview of our uniques and kind of what's coming into the game. Again, we're pretty excited
New
about
uniques.
it. I think
Show us
cool.
new uniques.
But yeah.
Professor Adam Jackson, take a bow. That is that is incredible.
And again, that's not even everything. There's a lot of stuff coming to other uniques that are at that level.
Patch notes after the stream, we will be showing a comparison of every single unique and their changes from Season 4 to Season 5. So you can go in there and check out all those changes. But that was a great overview of all those changes. That is really, really exciting. This brings us to our Q&A portion of the show. Let's all shift our legs at the same time.
We're almost done.
So we've been following along in Twitch chat, and we've picked out a bunch of questions, and we're going to kick it off, tossing it over to Mr. Dan Tangway. How do reward choices work in multiplayer parties for Infernal Hordes? Does the leader choose the reward for everyone, or can each player choose?
All right, so yeah, let's talk about this. In the Infernal Hordes, when you're collecting Burning Ether, each individual collects their own Burning Ether. And we did this for the very reason that you're asking questions about. We wanted players to be able to go in and choose the rewards that they want to choose, not necessarily what somebody else gets to first or what the party leader wants. So every individual party member will have their own choice of rewards.
Awesome. Thanks for letting us know.
Marcus, you got to read the names.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my
did I not say Eldrick?
Very
Eldrick. I won't forget you. Thank you, Adam. Eldrick, thank you for that question.
Of course, you're going to be a stickler for that.
Yeah, no, it's a great.
How heavy are the weights?
It's a great
20
thing to call out
pounds.
because
the ladder behind you.
2-0.
Because our next question is from Dartless.
Or actually, I think we have a question here on the lower third, which is this one. We've gotten a lot of these questions, so I do want to actually address this one. This is when are we going to hear more about Vessel of Hatred? Because we just had the Spiritborn reveal. We showed off the Spiritborn. I will note that we also are going to be at Gamescom. But there was actually some Gamescom news that came out this morning. The Spiritborn will be playable at Gamescom. So if you go to the Xbox booth, you'll be able to play it there. So if you're attending that show, it'll be really awesome. There's actually going to be more news coming out at that time. So of course, tune in. And I will say, like, you guys have only heard a very small
there's a lot.
Fraction of
the tip of the jungle.
Of Vessel of Hatred. So we're really excited for Gamescom. So you guys will hear more then, so stay tuned.
Yeah, grab your tickets to come to Gamescom because we'll be there. I'll be super
Yes,
exciting.
exactly. Go to Germany.
Go to Germany. Come to
Cologne.
Come to Cologne. There was some people confused in chat. This is a question from Dartless, who was saying, we can temper uniques now. Did I mishear that? Maybe that was a mistake being said. So Adam, if you want to speak
100% clear.
that.
Cannot temper uniques. We want them to be different in that they do not engage with that system, at least for now. But no, you're going to be what I wanted to say or be clarify on is that you can get tempering affixes on uniques. Like they'll just drop with those affixes or whatever. But you can't go
email
to
Adam and get your tickets.
With them, manipulate them.
I'm not going to Germany again.
Cool.
I wish I
Thanks
could.
for clarifying that.
Really
Adam. It's Doffy has a question for Dan Tangway. Are there any plans to continue iterating on the Infernal Hordes in the future since it's a permanent addition? Are there going to be more boons and banes coming?
Yeah, that's a great question. And yeah, just to reiterate what you had pointed out there, this is an Eternal Realm feature that's going to appear in the game forevermore. And so this is just the first version of it. I mean, you think back to what Helltide was in the base game and how we've iterated on that over time to get it to where it is. We're going to continue investing similar levels of effort.
Yeah, they
into
put
the
him in the
Infernal
corner.
Hordes too. And so boons and banes is something we heard a lot about feedback during the PTR. And so we absolutely want to make more improvements to the boons and banes. And so stay tuned. That's not going to hit in season 5, but we'll figure out where we can get it in future seasons.
Awesome. Great to hear that we're going to continue tinkering on that feature in the seasons to come. I've got a really interesting question from Mano_imp with regards to those... Mano Imp.
We know Mano Imp.
With regards to the damage increase per class resource.
Sure.
They're asking, is the Spiritborn getting 1% damage at 7 points if it's their main stat, just because they have a lower amount of weapons?
Yeah, TBD.
TBD.
I don't want to go into math on Spiritborn yet, but they'll be getting similar treatment to all the other stuff. All of this is kind of evergreen, so.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Luke Wee. When will we see the overhaul of the Paragon system? Would you consider removing the Paragon limit?
There are going to be changes to Paragon, but we aren't talking about those changes yet.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
TBD.
TBD. Stay tuned. Love this name. Chicken Wing 929.
Love it.
Can the reputation rewards for Season of the Infernal Hordes be earned on only one character or all your seasonal characters?
I believe it's all characters, similar to like what we had for Season 4. So you can actually go back in and just play like, hey, go through the reputation board and then get another Resplendent Spark.
That's what people did to get
Ubers. Really, that's truly the question. You get it. Yes, you can get.
Pretty sure it's character
yeah,
specific, so you can,
yeah.
Nice. Systematic 5K, Adam Jackson. Will our existing uniques be updated with these new unique changes?
Yeah, we get this every round that we update them. It's the same rules as always, which is the unique power, when we update that, is your existing uniques will get that, right? So when we increase your damage range or whatever, that's going to get. But the stats, those are going to be legacy on any items that exist. So you're going to have to refarm your unique to get the new stats that are on them. And that's kind of the way that they're going to work going forward.
Topper, what are you talking about? We already know a lot about the Paragon changes. Where do you read this stuff?
From when we do changes on them. So.
Yeah.
Sorry for yelling at you.
Pudge_BP. Are there any plans for clan rework / improvements?
I know there are some changes coming for some social features. We're just not ready to talk about them now, but you guys will hear about them soon.
Awesome. This one's kind of a design philosophy question for Adam Jackson.
Sure.
Evans423 wants to know, how future-proof is this system of static uniques when adding new / better tempering effects and new content?
How future-proof are static uniques when adding new tempers? Let me think.
Hello, has it been interesting so far?
I think it is something where if we add
the new unique items or the updated unique items so far,
we will probably need to go back and update uniques that we wanted to apply to and make
basically what we know is they're buffing
again.
Barb.
Our hope is that these uniques are going to be pretty like future-proof in that they're going to be very meaty in the amount of power that they give you. They're also extremely thematic, but I think we do reserve the right. Like if we find a new idea for existing passive or existing tempering that is introduced to the game and we want to put it on, we can do that. I will say also one thing that we want to do more is like just come up with really crazy new ones that aren't even really tempering recipes, but just like crazy effects, right? Like Blood Howl grants stealth, or you drain more with your Blood Surge, stuff like that. So I would expect we'll probably be updating them as we go forward. Not probably as dramatically as this. All
Druid's still trash.
I foresee
based upon this,
nice, yeah.
Yes.
Always tinkering, always updating.
Speaking of which, about tempering, one thing that we forgot to mention, and I know we mentioned it at the PTR stream last time. I'm sorry, my earpiece just keeps falling off. So it looks like I'm like scratching my ear, but I'm not. The Greater I know there was a lot of like feedback after Season 4 regarding tempering and potentially bricking items. And one update that we talked about during the PTR stream, and I want to mention, it wasn't in PTR, but is in Season 5 specifically, is Greater Affixes will actually get additional temper rerolls on them based on the Greater Affix quality of what they are. So for like greater affix 1-star ones, you'll end up getting 1 additional temporary roll, and then it grows by how many stars that there are. So that is going in season 5. So and we mentioned it last stream. I just wanted to reiterate because I actually forgot. We should have mentioned it again.
Sweet. So. Yeah, great to mention that, Adam. That's awesome. We've got a easy one here from Z Weapons. What is a mythic unique? There was a purple item during the stream.
Yeah, you can tune into our last stream for it. But yeah, basically what was Uber uniques is what people call them. It's basically like, you know, the really best items in the game that have like perfect
items.
Stats and everything. We rebranded them to mythic uniques. They now have their own special color, special beam when they drop. They just got a whole treatment to really make them feel like the penultimate items that they
super
are in the
juicy.
game. Yeah,
that's awesome. Sophie0257. Are they going to make it so that we can pre-download the update, or will it be available only on the 6th? That's a great question.
That's a good
Based off feedback from Season 4's launch, the patch will be available to download roughly an hour before Season of the Infernal Hordes launches. So that season goes live at 10 a.m. and roughly an hour before you'll be able to pre-download the patch.
That's
to
a
get
win.
into the game and get ready for the season.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are probably going like, why not?
Easy stream recap video. We nerf Barb.
Psych. But no, it's we got a lot of feedback about, you know, how things started immediately on the, like, you could download and actually start the season. And of course, we want to make sure that people can be as prepared as possible. So 1 hour before the actual season starts, like, you should be able to actually download and get that all prepared. So like as soon as the season, the time for the season begin, which is roughly like 10 a.m. Pacific on the day of, you can just jump in without needing to download. So
Skull MTV. Hey, great job. Thanks. Any plans to rework masterworking in brackets higher cost, but you know you can choose upgrades and tempering to make these systems have less RNG?
Nothing to announce at this time. We definitely have heard the feedback. We are starting with the first step of, like, you know, one of the things that we know feels really bad for players. Like, I got how do I say? The more greater affixes you have on an item, the higher stress and investment you have to, like, make it work the way that you want. So we are relaxing that, make it a little bit easier. Another thing that we're thinking about that's a little lighter is like the tempering recipes, making them have like 3 on average instead of 4 or more. Something that we're talking about moving towards, but nothing like of overhauling the system and doing a major change at this time that we have to announce.
Cool. Thanks, Adam. Dan Tangway from Holy Smokes. Their name isn't for Holy Smokes. Their name is.
Their name was Dan. I thought it was Dan Tangway asking a question, and I was like, wait, what?
No. Their name is Frodo Bolson, but all the O's are zeros.
Right.
How does the Infernal Hordes work in groups? Do you need only one compass per group?
So the Infernal Hordes, you only need 1 compass per group in order to be able to get in. Yeah.
Sweet. Just like Nightmare Dungeon sigils. Awesome. Yep. All right, Ravask. Any news on reworked Nightmare Dungeons?
Nothing
for
announce,
today.
Yeah.
Nothing to announce today.
Yeah, nothing to announce today.
Sweet. Green Zombie Studios. Can we expect cool new transmogs in Season 5 from salvaging items?
I am not sure. I know, like, the Season 5
Any cool
does
battle pass stuff.
has a lot of new legendary aspects and uniques. Like, there's like 50 new legendary aspects and uniques being added into Season 5. So there's a lot of like more the back end type of stuff that affects a lot more so on the gameplay. But I'm not exactly sure if there's a ton coming in.
Yeah. So we can actually. There are a couple of new uniques in Hell that you can earn that will have all new looks to them that you can salvage and then use in the cosmetic. Yep.
Bam. There you go.
Dan, the savior from Albany.
There you go. Frodo Bolson. Hot pancakes. Are there still plans for rare and magic items? I guess in terms of like a rework or changing their functionality in any way.
Yeah, I'd say nothing to announce today for that. Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
No.
All right. Checking through Mac and D's. Can we expect skill trees or support gems to change the way skills work?
Can we expect skill trees or support gems to change the way the skill works? I mean, we're not doing any skill tree overhaul right now in Season 5. I do think we have talked a bit on the team about having a desire of the upgrades for skills being like more impactful and really impactful. nothing to announce today, but it is something that is on our radar and I think is cool. I think one example that we talk about a lot on the team is like the kick upgrade for the Barbarian, where normally, you know, when we were originally designing kick, it was this idea that you have this like skill where you hit an enemy and you care about the geometry of the place around you and you want to hit them into the wall and then they get knocked down, take a bunch of damage and all this stuff. That part hasn't really played out, I think, as well because the pace of our game is so fast. But one of the upgrades for kick, especially I remember in the early beta, like way before, maybe it was alpha even, kick, you know, it converts kick from this cooldown-based geometry skill into just a powerhouse where it just spends all your resource and does a buttload of damage to an enemy. And it was like one-shotting world bosses and stuff back then. Like it was hilarious.
I think I remember that.
But the skill still has that upgrade. But I reference that upgrade a lot because I think it's really cool when you can convert a skill to like used to be cooldown and now isn't, or used to be about this utility and now it's just damage, or vice versa, where it like really changes what a skill does. We think it's really cool. It definitely would be a lot of work to like do that to every skill, but I think it's something that's worth talking about and pursuing. So it is.
I really disliked that answer.
And that brings us to the end of our Q&A. So I want to give a huge thank you to Adam and Dan for answering all those questions.
Adam squared.
Adam squared, back in
And
action.
Dan.
Hey, just like the PTR stream. You guys are back.
There we go.
Screw those Joes. Got them.
Yeah. Eliminate. No, I'm just kidding.
And that brings us to the end of our Season of the Infernal Hordes developer update stream. Just a few notes before we close out the stream. Just want to take a moment to thank everyone for tuning into our Spiritborn showcase a few weeks back.
Yeah.
It was really cool to show off that new class. It was such a huge moment for the team. So really want to thank you all for coming to check that out. And if you want to play the Spiritborn in person, as Adam mentioned earlier, we are going to be at Gamescom. So get your tickets, come to Gamescom in Cologne, Germany, and
Did the audio turn off?
it just went up through the roof.
There.
But speaking of the Spiritborn, you can pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred today and instantly...
Can they hear audio?
Oh, can everybody hear us? Twitch chat? Where did the sound
they
go?
say
Okay, we're good now. We're good now.
Okay,
We're good.
awesome. All right, thank you, chat, for keeping us up to date. Speaking of the Spiritborn, you can pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred today to get instant access to some items in-game before the expansion goes live this October. For Season of the Infernal Hordes, this season goes live on August 6th at 10 a.m. The patch will be available for pre-download roughly an hour before, and 10 a.m. is in Pacific time, for anyone wondering. Patch will be available for pre-download about an hour before the season goes live, so you can get in and get ready for the season to start. The 1.5.0 patch notes are going to go live after this stream for Season 5. So for anything we talked about across the stream today, that'll be available.
And see all the uniques and everything.
Yeah, check out those gifts. They're pretty spiffy. Team worked pretty hard on those. We also had the Season of the Infernal Hordes deep dive blog go live earlier this week, so a ton of information there as well. Stick around after the stream because we're going to be rating some Diablo content creators, so go and check them out.
Ooh, who are they going to raid?
For Adam,
I'm going to guess
Adam and Mr.
Rax.
Dan Tangway and Albany.
My guess is
Thank
Rax.
you guys so much for joining us for this developer update stream today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Really awesome
Thanks,
to go
guys.
through all the changes. And from all of us here, thank you so much to everyone at home for watching and checking out the stream. And we will see you all in Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uniques.
Woo!
Probably not. He's still on PoE. Is he playing PoE right now? No way. I was really hoping they would address the lame Infernal Horde's kiss/curse choices are. And well, the whole mode needed a bit of rework and not a word on it. At the beginning of the stream, they talked through it. Updates they were making to it. I think maybe you missed the beginning. He's watching, but I doubt he's stopping PoE today. 5,000 views on D4 season, 350,000 on PoEs. I want to see who they raid. Hello? I don't know who that is. Mischa? Patch notes up yet? Misha. They didn't raid anyone. Oh, they did. Oh, I thought they killed the
There
stream.
it is.
Are all these people?
Oh man. All right. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. What is up? Hi, Panda. Uh-oh.
Welcome to the shit show.
Woo. Hi, guys. Welcome in. Hi, puppy. Miss you too. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in, everybody. How you guys doing? Thanks for the follows. I greatly appreciate it.
Buckle up.
Obviously, a lot of you guys are just finding me for the first time ever today, so I'm gonna introduce myself. I have a lot to share.
Welcome to the shit show. Buckle up.
Thank you. You wanna play season 5 now? Good thing we only have like 4 days left.
Welcome
The
to
cow
shit
level is
show.
real? I hope
Buckle
so.
up.
So, my name is Misha. I've been playing Diablo 2 since I was a little girl. Like 8 years old. My brother got me. Oh my god.
Welcome to the shit
Zeno!
show.
Thank
Buckle
you
up.
so much.
Okay. Gotta support the little guy. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Watching that live stream. Follow me down this rabbit hole for a little bit. Obviously, Blizzard invested a lot of money, a lot of marketing into Vessels of Hatred. It feels like Season 4 and Season 5 is filled with a lot of player feedback changes, filled with a ton of quality of life, really rounding out the corners of the game to make sure that the existing game modes feel as good, feel as fresh as possible, and really not taking any risks. No, like, we're changing these major systems. That's the feeling I get. Let's buff everything. Let's add in some power creep. Let's let players feel strong. Let's allow them to level quicker. Let's continue the momentum of Loot Reborn into Season 5 so that we can sell 1 million copies of Season 6 Vessels of Hatred. That's kind of my feeling, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, they're continuing to improve the core game. That's kind of the feeling I get. So why am I not excited? I think this is a good. This isn't a great analogy, but there's some people, like, let's say Last Epoch. There's some people that will be like, geez, Cycle 2, there is practically no difference than Cycle 1, right? And I turn into Papa Bear, and it's like, what are you talking about? It's the largest rebalance. They introduced 30 new uniques. They added in the Nemesis system. They added in a new faction. They added in 10 Harbingers. They added in a Pinnacle boss. It is the biggest rebalance they've ever done. And it's like, yeah, but it's the same campaign, and it's the same monolith maps, and it's the same endless grinding over and over again, right? So it's like, I take it to like this very specific way, and to the, maybe the general person, the person that's not following it, it's like, the game literally feels the same. And I think you can kind of use that example for Season 4 and Season 5. I'm sure the patch notes are going to be massive, and they're rounding the corners, they're making the game better, but is it really driving that level of excitement? It's kind of how I'm feeling. Season 1, 2, 3 Alpha, Season 4 and Season 5 Early Access, Vessels of Hatred 1.0. I think that's fair. Power Overdrive, not just Power Creep. I kind of wish they made unique changes the way skills work, or change their damage type elements instead of just bigger numbers. Yeah. What did Diablo 4 change? They updated every single unique. They updated the way CC works. They updated the new the way rewards work. They updated the balance on everything, including the affixes. They talked about small things like being able to spam potions when you're CC'd and how the pit bosses are going to work. You know, it's going to be one of those where everything got a little touch and a little change. And when you put it all together, it's likely massive. But when you're looking at it from like big system changes, you're not going to really, I don't know how you're going to notice. So, you know, if you main D4, if this is the main game you play, if you play 6 to 8 weeks of every single season, this might feel great to you. This might feel great to you. What made me disappointed, I'm just refreshing, waiting for the patch notes, is when, you know, Diablo 4 Path of Exile comes up a lot in my stream, because obviously I main game number 3. Just as far as size goes, you've got D4, you've got PoE, and then you have Last Epoch. So I get asked a lot about Diablo 4 and Path of Exile. And really, my gripe with D4 is one of two things, okay? One is the Endgame system, and we talked about this during the podcast yesterday. You have legions, you have hell tides, you have world boss, you have Tree of Whispers, you have normal dungeons, nightmare dungeons, pit, you have PvP zones, you have the new horde mode. That's like 9 endgame systems. But how many do you actually engage with? How many of them do you enjoy engaging with? And I guess 10 endgame systems, which is bossing, right? Boss ladders. So they have a ton of endgame, but how many of those are really engaging? So to make this long point is that I think what it needs is that PoE mapping, that monolith. I would trade all 10 of those endgame systems for one huge engaging endgame system. Okay, that's 1. 2, and this 2 is actually more important to me for Diablo 4. And again, know that I've played a ton of Diablo 4, is the skill trees. And that's why I was a little disappointed in Adam Jackson's answer at the end, where I would guess that a lot of people put in feedback that we wish there was more dynamic skill trees. When I pick Upheaval at level 5, it's the same Upheaval at level 100. It's the same Upheaval at level 200 pit clearing. The skill never changes. No, Aaron, you could turn it fire if you get an item, or you could make it bigger. Like, you know what I'm saying. It's the same Upheaval. The skill tree is not, you know, very exciting. And what he said at the end there is, we've talked about it. We know it would be a huge task, but what he talked about more specifically is changing the option. So when you get the 2 prongs and you take either left or right, he discussed at the end updating those 2 options to make sure they are very different, instead of extending the options past the 2 options. So, only a little disappointment. That was very diplomatic. What do you mean? So that was my take. If anybody actually can pull the patch notes, I swear, I don't know, it never updates for me. I've already refreshed the browser too. I want to look through a couple of things. They are revamping the skill trees in the expansion. Autobot, how could you possibly know that? I haven't heard that. Show me where it says they're updating the skill trees. I suck at PoE like really bad, but I can still find it funny. I can't with D4 after 10 hours. Autobots on the inside. I'll just say they're not doing anything to win me back. I'm back. What's up, turtles? I want this. Let me just close this. Let's do this. We can throw this on the screen. They are changing the level cap to 60. Those extra points are for the expanded skill tree, and Paragon starts at 60. Who told you that? I do not see an official post from Blizzard with that info. I could have missed it. Did they do an interview or something? It's all over D4 News. Checking that right now. Diablo 4 News. Catch up. D4 patch notes. Catch up on the latest Campfire. Pre-purchase Vessels of Hatred. Diablo 4 Season 5 PTR. It's on Wowhead. Hold on a second. Very simple question. Has Blizzard Entertainment come out and said, we are dropping it? Or is it some data mined thing or theory? That's all. That's my couldn't be more simple of a question. Is there an official Blizzard post that talks about an update to the skill tree and them lowering the cap? Or is this just what someone's saying? Riker broke, I'm pretty sure, the level 60. Oh, so Riker did an interview with Blizzard? Patch notes, Wowhead. Level 60, new cap incoming, question mark. Keep in mind that this is speculation. Literally, it says it right there. Yeah, there's nothing official. This is just speculation. I'm not saying it's not right, but this is not. I don't want to put out misinformation. This is all just speculation. All right. Hey, what's up, Frosty? Did you get any sleep? 4 hours, I feel. That's probably about. I ended up staying up till 2:30 getting the video and everything ready to post. I basically didn't sleep either. Ellie's next title is going to be goated with the new rarity type. Ooh, you just can't bring up Ellie out of the blue. Autobot, are you able to get the new patch notes up? Never mind. I got it. No. Got it. Is this it? August 6th. Key updates, game updates. Ba-bam. Got it. 2:30. Wow, I know. I was up super, super late. Was I the only one who had to change their pants like 4 times during the T4 campfire? I was working out during it, so I got a little sweat going. Does that count? Right? Okay. See, look at this. All this Infernal Horde updates. Autobot. We don't need to read that. General, we don't need to read that. This is very simple. We're going to read through Barbarian and Druid. And I want to see which one I'm going to play for Season 5. That's all I want to look at. I did play TLI, or I would have fallen asleep. Oh, gosh. Necro. I'm not playing Necro. No way. After maining Necro for the last, 2 weeks in LE, I can't play a D4 Necro. Barbarian. Bug fixes. Fix an issue where double swing did not strike additional times on the 5th cast. Okay. Buffed a double swing. Fix an issue with exposed vulnerability passive could trigger from basic skills when using a shard unique item. Okay, fix an issue where stacks wouldn't be grounding the crown when channeling Whirlwind Druid. Fix an issue with poison creepers damage would scale extremely high when hitting multiple times. Even the little things. It's like, here's 3 bugs that are being fixed with Barbarian that makes Whirlwind, double swing better. Druid, nerf poison creeper. Okay, let's keep going. General, we don't care about. Game updates. Yeah, it's sad. LOL, when you were getting your workout in, I was hoping Autobot might have played the 90s hit Marky Mark, Good Vibrations. That would be good. That's what we should have done. I don't know why I didn't. Hey, Frosty LaRue, they're updating Fireball. They showed the new Fireball, or the new unique for Fireball. Tempering recipes. Critical strike damage multiplicative, vulnerable damage multiplicative, overpower damage multiplicative, ultimate damage multiplicative. Jeez. I'm wondering if anybody's going to use those. Probably not. Autobot, these probably suck. No one's going to want that. No one's going to want that. I am at work. What's the deal with Fireball? Shoots 2 fireballs now? Yeah, something like that. That's actually exactly what it is. They updated the unique item so it helps with Fireball or something. All right, Barbarian. Legendary aspect. Aspect of forward momentum, mobility. Knocking back an enemy grants 25 to 40% movement speed for 3 seconds. Oh my gosh. Autobot, I need you to be listening. Autobot, are you here? Autobot? Yeah, what? New legendary aspect. Aspect of forward momentum. Knocking back an enemy grants 40% movement speed for 3 seconds. That means when we use charge and knock back the enemies, we will get a 40% movement boost and apply Ren's Bleed. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. 1 point for Barbarian. It's dumb. 1 point for Barbarian. Tempering recipes. Offensive. Vulnerability. Bonus damage against injured. And the new tempering recipe. Multiplicative damage against bleeding damage. 2 points. Barbarian. Okay, moving on to Druid. Look, Druid's got a big list. Unique ring. While Cataclysm is active, you gain unlimited spirit and deal up to 100% multiplicative increased damage. Okay, so you got the... You're always going to play Barb, and you know it. That's not true. That's not true. I don't think. I bet they all play Barb. The reason why it gets so much love. Aspect of the rushing winds. Mobility. Casting a companion skill grants 15% movement speed for 5 seconds, up to 45. Up to 45%. Casting a companion skill grants 15% movement speed for 5 seconds, up to 45%. Up to 45%. Up to 45% movement speed? Hydrate. Sorry, I smell a bias. What? Quick, non-D4 question. What is the time for Dwarven Realms season tomorrow? Officially, they have said it launches at... I don't know. I don't see the time in their post. Oh, 1 p.m. EST. 1 p.m. EST. So casting all 3 companion skills in a row gets you up to 45% movement speed? I don't know. The way it's worded, I really dislike it. Aaron's reading the patch notes. I'm reading a few. Only Barbarian and Druid changes. See, that was an important question. Tempering, Cataclysm cooldown, Lacerate cooldown, Petrify, Grizzly Rage. So the tempering recipe... I mean, again, this could be huge. But again, just a small example. For Druid, they are bringing down the cooldown of their ultimate, which can be great, so you could spam their cooldown. Where for Barbarian, they are buffing the multiplicative bleeding damage, which we can cast every second. So, Necromancer, we don't care. Rogue, we don't care. Sorcerer, we don't care. We're not Frosty LaRue. Balance changes. All right, here we go. Balance changes. Let's see if they murdered Barbarian. This is here we go. I see a lot of red on here. Let's see if they murdered Barbarian. Bash, which we don't use. After bashing 4 times, your next bash will clobber, stunning the enemy for 1.5 seconds. Clobber twice as often using two-handed weapons. Adjusted functionality. Okay, enhanced bash. Clobber an enemy, you get 20%. Maximum life is fortify. Okay. Clobbering an enemy generates additional fury. So, am I reading this right? They took away the guaranteed overpower from bash? No, I think they... I think this is just added. I mean, it doesn't say, it says adjusted. Battle bash and enhanced oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Enhanced bash is the second one. I think they buffed bash. That's okay. Nobody played bash this last season. I'm not sure either. Okay. Flay, vulnerability duration increased from 3 to 5 seconds. Flay got a little buff if you use vulnerability. Combat Flay, damage reduction increased from 3 to 4. Maximum stacks increased 4 to 5. Buff duration increased from 3 to 6. All right. Flay, which is what we use for our bleed barb, got a buff as well. 3 points for Barbarian. Combat Lunge. But I hate everything. Stop hating everything. Combat Lunging Strike is the... Oh, this is what it is. The red is nerfs, right? All unique items have updated, better design. Is the red nerfs? Berserking duration increased from 1... No, the red is not nerfs. Combat Lunge, buff. Rend. Rend got a flat damage increase. Damage bonus to vulnerable increased by 5%. Another bonus, another increase for Rend. Fury gain increased 4 to 5. Maximum fury gained. Yeah, Rend got a buff across the board. Red is the changes. Hammer of the Ancients got a buff. Hammer of the Ancients, 2 critical strike. Now 2% critical strike and 10 fury had on cast. Critical strikes knocks down enemies. Hammer of the Ancients will now knock down enemies for a second and a half. Hammer of the Ancients got a 10% multiplicative bonus. Upheaval, 15% buff. Stun chance, buff. Violent upheaval, buff. Tactical ground stomp, buff. Iron skin, buff. Challenging shout. They buffed shouts? Kick. Charge cooldown. Wait. Charge cooldown reduced from 13 to 9. I have to play Barbarian. This is literally everything I want is in this patch notes. The more I hear about Barb, the more I'm sure I will not play D4. These are all buffs. So, Rend, Hammer of the Ancients, Upheaval, all got massive buffs. Yeah, it's underneath kick. Oh, yeah, that's weird. I wonder if that's a typo. Okay, this is where we're going to find the nerfs to Barbarian. They said they're reeling in the power. This is where it's going to be. Passives. Endless Fury. No longer requires two-handed weapons. Fury gain from basic skills increased. Okay, that's a buff. Opposing presence. Maximum health reduced from 6, 12, 18 to 5, 10, 15. See? Here you go. Nerf. 3% maximum health taken away. See, Autobot? Barbs, they can't even function now. They lost 3% max health. See? Yeah, you're for sure going to be squishy now. Unplayable. Thick skin, fortify gain, increase. Oh, wait, they gave us the maximum health back right here with thick skin. Stun duration reduced. D4 crap, I'm out. See you when you're playing LE. It'll be after this. We'll be playing LE soon. Bonus damage reduced on unconstrained. Okay. Bonus damage reduced from 75 to 35. There's a nerf. Unconstrained. Lost 30% multiplicative damage. Unbridled Rage. Bonus damage reduced from 100 to 45. See, those are big ones. And they nerfed Walking Arsenal. So really what they did is they gutted the final passive. The Keystone. There. See, that's actually pretty significant. Yeah, here's your one nerf. People use Walking Arsenal? Some of them do. Some of them do. Here's 600% plus damage and minus 20. The big one for me out of this whole thing is Ring of the Ravenous can now apply bleed stacks every second instead of every 4 seconds. That is such a big deal. And the sword we use can get up to 360 strength. I hope that will help with some of this. Yeah, it's dumb. So dumb. It was already good. It was already good. Gushing Wounds. Let's see what they did to the bleed. Previously, when causing an enemy to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to increase the bleed amount by 140% multiplicative of your critical strike bonus damage. Overpowering a bleeding enemy creates an explosion that inflicts 85% bleeding damage. Now, when you cause an enemy to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to increase the bleeding amount by 70%, then by 100% of your critical strike damage. Overpowering a bleeding enemy creates an explosion that inflicts 120% bleeding damage over 5 seconds. So they buffed the explosion. They added in 100% additive, and then they cut the multiplicative on the bleed in half. It's not a buff. It's not a... I mean, well, they buffed two things. So they gave us more additive and added 100%, but they nerfed the multiplicative, which is more important. See? So, I mean, all in all, they will reduce Barbarian a little. So they're going to buff the overworld if they keep giving damage buffs to everything, slaughtering everything from the start to finish with no challenge. Just going to be boring. Aaron, to be honest, how hyped are you from 1 to 10? I start -10. Okay, you're not going to believe me, all right? My favorite build for Season 4 was Bleed Barbarian, where we used the Crimson Sword and Ring of the Ravenous. And somehow, as the stars align, the example during the fireside chat for all the barbarian changes is the buff to the Crimson Sword and the Ring of the Ravenous. So from that regards, it's like Blizzard's talking to me. So that's pretty cool. But if you asked me how excited I am for the new Infernal Horde system, like this new endgame to engage with, I am not very excited. Feels like the changes to keep the streamers. No, no, no. Yeah, this is the huge issue I had with the game. I'm curious what it's going to feel like to level, too. So if you get a good power going, you can now buff 30 levels, or enemies will give you experience boosts up to 30 levels. And you could stack 3 of those mind cages. So I'm wondering how fast you will level now. Well, the barb changes. The streamers mostly played barb. Okay. All right. Let's... Oh, there's still so much barb stuff. There's not that much. Wonton Rupture Aspect. Frequency increased from 40 to 25 seconds to 13 to 15 seconds. Okay, that's a buff to bleed. Whirlwind now pulls new targets 3 times. Buff to Whirlwind. Steadfast Berserker's Aspect no longer requires a lucky hit. Now triggers all the time. Okay, those are 3 buffs. Oh, good. More needed buffs. You're not allowed to play Barbarian. Gotta be Druid. Ugh. This is what's so hard about Druid, Exatheus, is it's like... I don't hate Druid. If I wanted to play Druid, I would go the Crone Staff or Gibbous. But then it's like, I can't actually play the builds until I find the item. Because for Druid, it is like truly build-enabling uniques. Where for Barbarian, you know, you're totally fine, and then the uniques just make you better. I don't know if that makes sense. Sundering Ground. Previous. Every 25 seconds, your next upheaval is guaranteed to overpower and deal 25% more damage. This timer is reduced by 4 seconds when you overpower. Now, every 20 seconds, your next upheaval is guaranteed to overpower and you deal 30% increased damage. Critical strikes with upheaval against elites reduce the timer. Okay, they buffed upheaval again. Ancestral Forest, previous Hammer of the Ancients. Oh, yeah, and they buffed Hammer of the Ancients. Explosion size is now affected by increased whirlwind size. Buff to whirlwind. Now bonus bleeding damage. Wait. Now bonus bleeding damage is capped at 45. Hemo. Fury gained. Max. Blood Feeder Glyph. Critical strike chance against bleeding enemies increased by 10%. They buffed the bleeding glyph. Time between guaranteed overpowers reduced from 30 to 20. They buffed overpower on Dominate. Damage bonus while wielding a pole arm. They continue to give this up to 15% multiplicative. This is the kind of stuff where obviously Blizzard has data that we don't have. But when you're talking about barbarians being better than everything else, and it's, hey, maybe we should buff overpower. I would love to hear that conversation. Hey, let's buff the Dominate glyph so they can overpower every 20 seconds instead of 30 guaranteed. That's a weird one. Bash, Cleave. Oh, this is tempering. Oh, so there's a big nerf to Bash. They greatly reduced the Furious Augments from 105 to 20. That makes sense. Barbarian Protection Manual and its augments have been removed. Flay duration removed from Barbarian to Bleed. Okay, that's good. Druid! Look, everyone, we made it to Druid. Okay, this is it. After this, we'll switch back to Last Epoch. We got to see if it's going to sell us. I have now read through all the Barbarian changes. We started with, we're going to make an Upheaval Barbarian. And now I'm back on, we're going to make a Bleed Barbarian. So we got to see if there's some changes in Druid that are going to drive us to play Druid. Okay? Kaiser too. Whatever I play, Kaiser's going to play. So we're in this together. We're in this together. I'm so excited to see these changes. If this changes your mind, it will. Passive rank bonus to Clarity Affix added to amulets. Now gain 25% more increased skill damage from your primary core stat. Gain 1% increased skill damage from every 8 primary core stat, reduced from 10. Okay, so right off the bat, they're buffing the core stat, which they already talked about. Please just play Avalanche in LE. All right, we're almost there. Landslide. What a oh, look, Autobot. Landslide and Shred next to each other. Shred slide? Huh? Frosty, go to take a nap. Damage per hit with Landslide, buffed. Damage area, buffed. Double the number of pillars. Total damage increased from 70 to 280. Ooh, Shred Slide's getting a big buff. Okay, now, that is additive, not multiplicative, but it's still big. Shred, first attack, double the damage. Second attack, double the damage. Third attack, double the damage. Landslide and Shred, huge buffs. Pulverize, 50 to 92, big buff. Tornado, ooh, Tornado Druid might be back. Actually, it was great last season. Damage buff by 30. All right, all good. Yeah, Shred Slide will be better, but not as much as any Barb build. Boulder, damage increase from 46 to 70% of the weapon damage. Lightning Storm, 30% buff. Hurricane, double. Ravens, you can now cast while moving, so it's an instant cast. Poison Creeper, you can now cast while moving, so it's an instant cast. Rabies, the increased spread rate granted by natural rabies upgrade has been applied to the base skill. Natural rabies, previous spreads 50% faster. Now spread distance is increased by 70%. Me and Autobot have been working on rabies forever, and it's always sucked. But maybe it's better now because it'll spread against the bosses where there's only one enemy. Let's not talk about it. Lacerate. Damage area increased from 1 to 2. Casting Lacerate now teleports to the target instead of starting at the caster. Okay. It's so much better. I am filing your financial gains with the IRS for when you go Druid. If you don't go Druid, it will be a federal crime now. Cataclysm. Lightning strike rate is doubled. Now more consistently hits enemies with lightning strikes. All right, let's see what Grizzly Rage was always my favorite. Let's see what they did. Cooldown for this ability now starts after Grizzly Rage ends. That's terrible, right? Isn't that terrible? So you can't consistently stay in Grizzly Rage is basically what that is. Huge nerf. Yeah, that's terrible. That's okay, because we're going to have an easy way to bring the cooldown down. Previous, shapeshift into a dire werewolf for 10 seconds, gaining 20% multiplicative damage. Damage reduction. Bonus damage is increased by 3% each second. Kills extend the duration by 1 second. Now, shapeshift into a dire bear for 10 seconds, gaining 30% multiplicative damage, so 10% boost. Damage bonus is reduced by 3%, up to a maximum of 75. Wait. Damage bonus is increased by 3%, up to 75. Kills extend the duration by 1 second, up to 10. Okay, so basically what they did is you get 10% more multiplicative, and you get an extra 5 seconds. It's not even close to worth it. What's the cooldown on Grizzly Rage? Autobot, do you know off the top of your head? Is that a 45 or a 60? I thought it's 60 seconds. So in case anybody is curious, normally Grizzly Rage, it has a 45-second or a 60-second cooldown. But when you go into Grizzly Rage, the cooldown immediately starts. So if you could stay in the skill for, let's say, 20, 30 seconds, then you've already cut down half of the time where you can go back into it. So now that the cooldown doesn't start until you come out of Grizzly Rage, it basically kills the skill. Debilitating Roar, damage reduction increased from 70 to 40. They nerfed Debilitating Roar. So basically, it's huge nerf. Dude, Grizzly Rage and Debilitating Roar got murdered. All right, Bloodhowl. This is where we're going to bring it in. Is now always a shout skill, just not when you're using Night Howler's aspect. Okay. Earthen Bulwark. Thank the Lord. Earthen Bulwark. Previous rocks surround you for 3 seconds, granting a barrier that absorbs 45% of your base life as damage. Now, rocks surround you for 3 seconds, granting a barrier that absorbs 45% of your maximum life in damage. Base life in damage, maximum life. See, so Earthen Bulwark, that's going to make up for Debilitating Roar. No, that's bad. Cyclone Armor, non-physical damage reduction increased by 5%. Lupin reduced the amount of hits from 6 to 3 to benefit from the effect. That's another nerf, right? Damage reduction increase for each skill rank from 5 to 7. Damage reduction increase for each skill rank from 3 to 4. So they're giving some damage reduction. Cyclone Armor, Iron Fur, Heightened Senses. They're giving you some back, but again, Debilitating Roar, you lost 30. Perfect Storm. Damage bonus increased from 30 to 40. Earthen Might. Base Lucky Hit increased from 5 to 10. Okay, so there you go. That's Druid. From looking at this, if it's Aaron, you need to make a Druid right now. What would you play? Without looking at the unique changes, I would play Gibbous Shred. That's what I would likely play. Glad Debilitating Roar didn't, or Shred Slide didn't use Debilitating Roar. Yeah. Just because they showed the update to Gibbous, which I've always thought that could be cool. All right, here we go. Moving into legendary aspects. Look at all the red. Look at all the red. Legendary aspects. Metamorphic Stone aspect no longer removes Wraith skill tag from the boulder. Shepherds. Everyone loves Shepherds. Corn Rat skills deal additional 10% damage per companion you have. Now companion skills. Yep. So now this buffs your companions and not you. Skinwalker aspect. When you use the shapeshifting skill that changes your form, you gain 5 life. When you use a shapeshifting skill that changes your form, you gain 20% life. If you are full life, get that as Fortify. That's pretty cool. I like that one. Skinwalker. Aftershock. Delay from second set of landslides slightly decreased. Stormclaw. Shreds critical strikes damage. Increased from 30 damage to 40 damage. All right, it's not a lot. Skinwalker, huge buff. Oh, yeah, for sure. Aspect of the Blurred Beast. Bonus damage to poison enemies increased from... This is the kind of stuff where it might look good, but, you know, only to the untrained eye. 15% damage additive is like 0. I mean, I know they're just slowly tweaking, which is fine. It's like very small. Retaliation, core skill bonus damage based on fortify increase from 25 to 40. Shift no longer adds a cooldown to earth spike. Conduit aspect. Critical strikes with storm skills cast air around you for 2 seconds. Lightning bolts, weapon damage extended. Now, critical strikes with storm skills that you cast in the air around you 3 seconds, causing lightning bolts periodically in the area. They've given 40% more damage. The duration can be extended by additional critical strikes. Your lightning bolts deal 40% more multiplicative damage. So for Runeworker's Conduit, you can't extend it anymore, but it'll do more damage. Okay. Spirit generation while Grizzly Rage is active from 20 to 50. No one's going to use it because no one's using Grizzly Rage. Sorry. No longer make... Oh, Night Howler's aspect. No longer makes Bloodhowl a shout skill, since Bloodhowl is always a shout skill. Critical strike bonus increased from 5 to 10 to 10 to 15. Autobot other than Skinwalkers? I don't... Nothing really. I think those are all multiplicative damage, sir. Are they? Maybe. Paragon now has a maximum bonus cap of 60. Damage bonus increased from 6/6 to 10/15. Protector glyph damage reduction boosted. Werebear damage bonus increased. Damage reduction increased. Werewolf damage reduction increased. And that is Druid. That is the Druid. Okay, now let's just be clear. When you're talking about which had more buffs, Barbarian or Druid? Druid had more buffs, okay? The question is more, are they closer now? Have they gained more parity? Like, that's what we're saying. You're playing Shred Slide, right? No. I would never do that. But, you know. No. Maybe it's in the gear. It's there. I feel like Druid, to get me to play it now, I would need a... Oh, that sounds so fun. Charging into enemies... Not having rend on my bar to apply bleed, and they all just explode with rupture, sounds fun. Honestly, like, I'm trying to think of, like, what build is fun. That's where I'm at right now. Oh, I hate it that they did it this way. We don't want to do this. He talked about during the... on the Fireside chat that they have the side-by-side images. So I just thought that maybe the new uniques, it was just like a list of... It's just written down. We don't want to read all the uniques. I'm sorry, did I just hear the word fun in a D4 stream? Yes. You did. Ooh, is this it? No. Oh, maybe this is it. Unique items. Here we go. They did do it. It's actually kind of nice. Hold on. Let's see. They did do it. That's as big as I could make it. Grizzly Rage is used on Storm Druid via Mad Wolf's Glee. I did Control Plus. I already did that. Watch. Right? That's the maximum size. Before it, like, jumps off the screen. Okay. We will look through now. This is the final part, I promise. Control Alt Delete. I know, but when you click on it, like, it's a little bigger. I guess we can do that. That's fine. Okay. We are going to look through the Barbarian updated uniques and the Druid updated uniques. Right now, Barbarian is still what we want to use. So now we're going to look through the uniques, and maybe there's something here that, like, oh, Barbarian sucks. We're going to play Druid. I'm sure there's something in here. I'm sure there's something that's going to push Druid over the edge. Magnum Opus. I found this sword 1 of 1,000 times. So you will notice right off the bat, all these items, they're adding core stats to them, which is smart. So they took crit strike and added a 50% damage. Strength, maximum, critical strike, overpower. Using this weapon does 0.5 increased damage per point of fury you have, and you lose 10 fury every second. This is what you have equipped for Frenzy. Frenzy build. Big buff. Okay, next. Oh, Topper, you love this one. Ancient Oath. Strength, damage to close, cooldown reduction, Steel Grasp. Steel Grasp launches 2 additional chains, up to 60% multiplicative. It's a big buff. Hellhammer we already saw. Huge buff. So this update is so big to Hellhammer that's what was like, okay, we're playing an Upheaval Barbarian, which historically has always been my favorite Barbarian. Upheaval, huge. Huge buff. Overkill. Death Blow creates a shockwave. Man, these numbers they have put on there. Like, this is the stuff I don't get. When you talk about power creep, this item, they added a 450% damage affix and the base stat. 450. Okay. This is the one we were looking at. Strength, damage to bleeding enemies. That number is correct. 550%. Enhanced Rupture now can do 70% its size. Cooldown reduction on Rupture. They lowered it a little bit. And then on here, when using this weapon, damaging at least one enemy with Rupture creates a blood pool that inflicts bleeding damage over 6 seconds. Enemies standing in the blood pool take 30% multiplicative. Yeah, Fields of Crimson is awesome. It goes to the moon. That's of course. Battle Trance. They added crit, damage reduction to close enemies, frenzy, duelists, and multiplicative damage for frenzy. Who would even notice that? I mean, just to be fair, I'm sure Druid's the same way. All of these are huge buffs. 10,000 steps. Movement speed with Walking Arsenal, stun, ground stomp. Ground stomp gives fury, and they doubled the amount up to 100. All right. Rage. Max life, crit strike, damage over time. This is like these are like new. D4, D3 unironically more fun than D4. Damage reduction from bleeding enemies. This is the chest we'd normally wear for bleed. It has damage over time, damage reduction, crit strike, maximum life. And let's see if they updated it. Inflicting bleeding on an enemy now has up to a 60% chance to reduce the cooldowns of your skills by 1 second. Inflicting bleeding on an enemy has up to a 40% chance to reduce skills by 1 second. Yeah, all the bleed stuff they gave a lot of love to. They gave a lot of loves to. Crit strike, movement, whirlwind buff. Twin strikes, huge double swing. Ooh, there's no way they buffed the Tusk Helm. Come on. Maximum life, attack speed while berserking. Damage while berserking. They added a 135% damage to damage while berserking and max life. Why? I don't know. What? Topper, they also added movement speed while berserking. Tuskhelm's really good. Ultimate damage, resistance, Call of the Ancients cooldown. Well, they buffed the Ancients. I wonder what's the cap on cooldown reduction? Call the Ancients 32%, and you could buff your ultimate now by 350. This is dumb. I'm hanging on to my druid forever. No, don't worry. We're almost only 2 more, and then we're on druid uniques. Red ring. See the red ring. They got this from LE. Max life, attack speed, critical strike damage, fire resistance. After spending 100 fury within 3 seconds, your next Hammer of the Ancients upheaval or death blow is guaranteed to critical strike, dealing 40% more damage. They added in, they pulled strength, added fire resistance, but added 115% critical strike damage. Okay, buff to the red ring. And our final, Ring of the Ravenous. Okay, that's fair. Critical strike, buff. Vulnerable damage, it went from 19 to 60. 2 to brawling skills, 2 to rend. Still 2 to brawling skills. Rend's duration increased to double the time to 8 seconds. And we lost damage to bleeding targets by 21, which is nothing because they added the skills. Dude, they super buffed Ring of the Ravenous. Damaging enemies with your brawling skills applies 2 stacks of Ren's bleed. This effect can only occur every 1 second from 4. That is the most insane item change. Charge barbs back on the menu. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to charge into enemies, triggering Rend with Ring of the Ravenous. And there's a new aspect that gives us a 30% movement bonus when you hit an enemy with a knockback skill. So we will be charging, applying bleeds while being super fast. All right. Moving on to Druid. Let's get this barbarian crap out of here. This stuff is... They nerfed it too bad. So you're just charging and kicking and shouting all day. Charge, kick, leap. Just to keep triggering Rend. What? I honestly don't know if you need to. If you can get charged cooldown enough, you just charge and then charge and you just keep charging. I don't even know if you need the other ones. Why do I feel like having the D4 Season 4 Goodwill has been thrown out the window? I will say, I have this feeling that for Diablo 4 Season 5, we are going to see some... You guys seen like the 1 trillion hits? You know what I mean? Like, or the 500 billion? We're going to see... I got a feeling we're going to see a lot of that. A lot of that. Okay. For Druid, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 uniques to look at. And then we're out of stuff. Working our way to quintillion in damage. Oh, yeah, numbers are going to be dumb this season. I know. Waxing gibbous. Okay, so when I saw this is what my brain started firing a little bit on wanting to play Druid. First item, Waxing gibbous. Critical strike damage. Blood Howl grants stealth for 3 seconds. Up to +4 to shred. Up to +2 to toxic claws. Killing an enemy with shred grants stealth for 2 seconds. Breaking stealth with an attack grants guaranteed critical strike for 4 seconds. Guaranteed crit build. Waxing gibbous. It could be fun. Probably not good enough, though. Flesh Render. Ooh, this is Tech's favorite item. They added willpower, which is good. They added maximum life. Cooldown. 3 to defensive skills. Casting a defensive skill has 6,000 damage to nearby poison enemy and 15% multiplicative for every 100 willpower you have. Current bonus 45%. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good enough. Not good enough. Okay, great Staff of the Crone. Sorry, I'm just frustrated with Blizzard. I'd rather play with a Wayne. Great Staff of the Crone. Critical strike damage. Damage to close. Wow, those are big numbers. Critical strike 100. Damage to close 270. Storm strike chains +2. 4 to basic. Claw is now a storm skill. Up to 200. But Autobot, there's no core stat on this. Oh, and they put 130 to close enemies. They pulled the core stat off. Or, I mean, it wasn't on that to begin with. I mean, it's still a buff. It's for sure still a buff. But there's no core stat on it. Why wouldn't they put willpower on this? All this makes me want to play D3, not D4. What do you mean? Stone. Movement speed while Hurricane is active. That's cool. Nature magic cooldown up to 25%. That's cool. Wrath skills +3. Crushing Earth 3. Casting a boulder while Hurricane is active causes the boulder to rotate around you instead. Boulders damaging this way has up to 30%, each one currently rotating. All right. Boulder might be fun. Boulder toss. Wild Heart. Wild Heart. What the hell is this one? Movement speed, shape-shifting, attack speed, cooldown, heightened senses. When you shape-shift into a werewolf or a werebear, you gain Wild Heart for 5 seconds. Wild Heart grants you up to 3% multiplicative stacking damage every 2 seconds, up to 60. Okay. Look at my last message. The changes to some of the source aspects basically brings back Diablo 3 Firebird set. These look good for Shred Slide, like real good. See, there you go. Mad Wolf's Glee. All right. Maximum life, werewolf attack speed, Lupin ferocity damage, 5 to gate. Werewolf form is now your true form, and you gain up to 5 ranks to werewolf skills. So that it used to be 3 ranks, now you can gain up to 5. Insatiable Fury, maximum health, werebear. This is I can't pinpoint it. On every single barbarian item, it has strength on it as the top stat. 200 strength, 300 strength. And you just don't see anything with willpower. I don't know. Maximum life, werebear overpower, Yersin strength bonuses, iron fur. Werebear form is now your true form, and you can gain up to 5 ranks. All right. How many more do we got? We got a bunch. Yeah, druids get a buff to willpower and 0 willpower on the game. It's so cool. I don't know. I don't know. My brain, it seems like a weird one. Critical strike chance, damage to distant enemies, lightning storm, defiance, lightning storm grants additional. Lightning storm strikes cause the lightning strikes to deal twice. All right, those are still good. I mean, all the items, there's going to be extreme power creep. Everything is getting a big buff. There! Look. Tempest Roar, they added willpower. Literally the one unique that, like, universally everybody uses. That one got a good buff. Willpower, maximum resource, lightning. Actually, they pulled the crit damage off, too. 2 to wild impulses. Lucky hit storm strike up to 35%. Your base storm skills are now werewolf skills. I lose. Prayer. Willpower percent. There we go. See, they're listening to us. So on your helm, you can get up to 7.3% willpower. Maximum life, armor, defensive posture. The earth skills are now also werebear skills and fortify you for 5%. Everyone uses Tempest Roars. I don't know. Storm's Companion. Wolves attack speed, lucky hit for the pack leader boon, damage reduction to close enemies, +5 to wolves. Your wolf companions are now infused with the power of the storm, dealing lightning damage and gaining storm howl ability. So this doesn't change. It already had +5 to wolves. They added 10% to the damage reduction, but now it's only close instead of overall. Companion movement speed, they used to be up to 49, now it's 25. And they switched out maximum life. So instead of maximum life, you have lucky hit chance for pack leader spirit boon. No, I don't even want to read Hunter's Zenith. This is Topper's favorite item in the game. I wonder if I could shove a bear helm into Shred Slide. That % willpower looks tasty, right? Hunter Zenith is worthless now. What? Why? It's got willpower they added. Quick shift, heightened sentence, predatory instincts. Your next ultimate werebear skill costs no resource and has no cooldown. That's the same. Your next werewolf skill will heal you when the damage is... Oh, did they already update it? Oh, and debilitating roar is now poo. I get it. 2 left. Hey, look at that. You combine the will ring with that helmet. You can get up to basically 18% willpower percent. Oh, it's a nerf. It used to be able to go to 10.5. Okay, they nerfed a little bit. Willpower. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Up to 11. No. They buffed it. So willpower's the same. Lucky hit. Damage to close. Ultimate cooldown reduction. When casting an ultimate skill and gaining 5 seconds after, you pull distant enemies. This damage is increased. Bring back damage to frozen enemies, which is frozen on Fridays. That could work. Earthbreaker. Cast landslide, leave behind tectonic spikes. Did you ever use this one, Autobot? Critical strike, earth attack speed, landslide, +2 to landslide. Spawning a landslide pillar, tectonic spikes, 22% chance to spawn instead. Did you see the new added bonus down at the bottom? No, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'll need to test it. Aaron paid Blizzard to buff Barbarian. What? Did you see the new added bonus down at the bottom on the last item? What? Oh, you're talking about down here, the way it's multiplied, 177% multiplicative. Physical damage unit. This bonus is increased by 1% of 1 point of willpower. That was already there. This damage is increased by 1% of willpower. It just, they didn't show it on this one. It was already there. Oh, yeah. It's the same. It's the same. Okay. I think we're going to play a... Okay, I just want to be honest. I feel like I'm a pretty honest person. Thinking out loud, I would rather play Upheaval Barbarian, Frenzy Barbarian, or Bleed Barb before any Druid. Hold on, be right back. If you want to join a voice call, you can hear me crying. If you need that, pick me up. I mean, obviously, everybody has their own opinions, and Druid did get a buff in lots of ways. I'm just talking about fun factor. I think Barbarian is going to be a lot more fun. Even Autobot, messing around with your Steel Grasp with the new Ancient's Oath. Every item has huge strength numbers on it now. I don't know. 2-week road trip, so much fun. Tech's always traveling. I know he's literally never around. He's gonzo. Why must I leave? He's out. He's gone. Everybody hear that? Yeah, we heard it. Any idea what you're playing in DR tomorrow? I might not be playing DR tomorrow. I might have to start on Saturday. But I don't know. They just keep talking about how everything's updated, so we'll probably just start with Magic. But I want to do more testing this season. See if I could find a different weapon. So Autobot, tomorrow, Season 0 of the Dwarven Realms. THQ Nordic Showcase, the worldwide reveal of Titan Quest II gameplay. Dev chat bingo with Mike, and my daughter's 12th birthday. Impossible. And we got to read all the patch notes. I don't know how I missed that, obviously. Read all the patch notes. And you have to talk to me while I drive through the night to keep me awake. No, you got kids and a wife for that. You know? So basically, you're free tomorrow. Tomorrow might honestly be we watch the THQ Nordic Showcase, and then that's it. That's the ball game. That's the ball game. My daughter's birthday will take precedent. All right. Hoping I can listen to it on the phone while driving. Just what you can listen to last night's podcast. It's a good one. Everybody, I promise I'll do a little more research into Druid. If there's something that I think is fun, I mean, I'm not gonna... It doesn't look good right now. But you gotta remember that it's gotta keep my attention too, and if I just play something that I think sucks, it's probably not gonna be fun to watch. It'll be like me playing Core Punk, you know? Your daughter reaches 12, you know you are in for the coming to puberty, and it's a hard-hitting truck of endless... Yes, yes, yes. I am aware. Aaron plays D4, we can watch Linda play LE. We stream at different times. Question is, who's coming with me? Who's coming, man? Dude, my kids go back to school in 11 days. Summer is over. 11 days. I will likely take a stream break when you go to D4 next time, August 6th. Yep. Still not back at school? Why so long in the middle of the year? Wait, what do you mean? In the US, my kids get out early and go back early. Tech's kids just started their summer. This is righteous cold, everyone. This is righteous cold. Hey, crazy. Mostly the South does summer late, goes back late. My daughter is turning 10. I'm afraid of the later years. Yeah. You should be. I have 3 daughters. Me too. Me too. Mandate. Yeah. Log out if you have any time or want to do some research. I'm trying to figure this one out. How Tundra Nova is actually triggered. I feel like it's not described well. If there is truly a 15% chance to cast Tundra Nova on hit with the cold skill, that should work with Maelstrom. I didn't realize the corruption catch-up mechanic was as good as it is. It loaded into the timeline, and there was a Shade of Oribus plus 55 right there. So the way it works, Turtle, is once you complete 1 echo, it'll trigger the catch-up. There's a couple of criterias. You need to have like 8 Gaze of Oribus, or the catch-up needs to have a certain range. I think it's 50. But yeah, it's really nice. All right, be right back. Got to do more work before the heat gets too much. That makes sense. Autobot, what are you thinking for DR? Did you get a chance to log in to play all the new stuff? Wait, let me rephrase. Is there new stuff that I'm going to notice? Is the catch-up mechanic per character or count wide? It's per character. Monolith is not shared progression. What's shared progression now? Well, your stash is shared as long as you're not solo self-found, and your blessings are shared. And your faction ranks are shared. Stupid exiled mage keeps running around. Just keeps hanging around. Yeah, Forgotten Knights is shared, thankfully. Blessings are as in the highest roll you got for the character. Yep. And again, it's not the highest you selected. It's just the highest option you got. The other day, someone's like, why don't you just take the highest option so it goes into your codex? And I'm like, oh, you don't have to. I think you get the lowest roll shared. No, if you haven't unlocked that, monolith, it's the lowest rolled. But once everything's unlocked, it should be the highest roll. I think that's how it is. It was pretty cool last night. Linda, who's really likes Last Epoch on the podcast, which is just like, I love this point she made. She said, I played D1, D2, D3, D4, played Immortal, played Grim Dawn, played Wolcen, right? Going through her games checklist. And she said, one thing I love about LE is basically she has over 700 hours in the game. She started playing at 1.0, so cycle 1. And those 700 hours, she has only played Beastmaster and Shaman. So when the point she was trying to make that even though the game is new, even though the game continues to add content, just playing characters, she still has 13 masteries to figure out. I'm 920 hours in, and I've only played Mage and Primalist. It just shows how much build diversity and what you can do. Dude, I went on a little selling spree. I sold 5 items yesterday and 4 today. Great Staff of the Crone are pretty great for the build. I really like Great Staff of the Crone. My only concern is they didn't put willpower on it. I wish they gave up a stat and threw willpower on it. I sold my Strand of Souls for 1 million. Nice. Why are you not in PoE, sir? Wait, what do you mean? I played everything 5 times over, and I only have 500 hours. I must have ADHD. I mean, I would guess you have played a build for all 15 masteries. But each mastery has, you know, 30 different things you could play. So you've probably tried them all, but you haven't explored everything. The new release and you're not there. You should know I no longer play PoE. That game is on the shelf. PoE has plenty of expert content creators, my friend. You know that. True on the willpower, but it also caps the Thunderstruck node by itself now, which huge amounts of close damage. For sure. No. I don't want to... I 100% agree. It is a massive buff to the Crone Staff, which will make Stormclaw build even stronger. 100% with you. 100% with you. But for my wish list for Druid, I wish it had willpower on it. But PoE broke records. I know. I got nothing but love for PoE. But the game is on the shelf. It's on the shelf. Aaron, you could take it off the shelf? Of course. Are you loving it, Sarding, or what? If you shelf PoE, you shelf me. No, I don't believe that. And yes, I'm loving it dearly. Okay, just to be clear how insane I am. We were screwing around earlier, and I put this item on. I never equipped a catalyst, and I still have the other 2 set items. This is how we roll. This is how we roll right here. We don't even need to use all our slots for stuff. Easy. Aaron, thanks for the advice on the bots the other day. I did what you said. Sealed fire res, put hybrid health on it, sold it for 500 million. Nice job. Yes, loving it dearly. That is awesome. I know a lot of people are having so much fun. I love that. That is good. That is good. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of people happy with PoE. Lightning cold. What do we got? Cold spell crit, mana. Cold crit multiplier spell. That's better than nothing. Takes care of void, even though we don't need void. Gives us some more resistances. Hey, Sarding. I'd love to hear your any further thoughts you have. Like really loving it. The having my people work for me feels great. Like, I'd really love to hear your thoughts. Oh, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna pop our cuckoos. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pop these and see what they do. No, I will. Oh, okay. All right, love you. Back to school haircut. The wife has taken the kids to get their back to school haircuts. It's not determined, and it feels good getting rewards you worked hard for. Okay, wait. I'm gonna ask questions because when someone comes in here talking about PoE, I just want to learn more. Are you saying that the rewards that you are getting from your workers doing stuff are not RNG, kind of like you know what you're gonna get? OMG, I am tired. Campfire just kills me every time with boredom. What do you mean? You got to snap out of it. All right, everyone, we're going to pop all these. Aaron, what the hell are you talking about? It's a very cool item in the game, which EHG continues to innovate and make something pretty neat. Basically, you put it on, and then at some random part, some random time, it hatches. And when it hatches, it turns into a different item. So we'll see what we get. I got 8 of them. I haven't found a new cuckoo in ages. That's probably because you skip exiled mages. Tell the truth. You know you do it. Terrible. How's it possible I don't have any boots with attunement? Movement speed tier 7. Crit avoidance. We don't need the crit avoidance. Oh, that's a good pair of boots. Vitality. Health regen. All right, we'll just throw on some health regen. Oh, and minions move with us. Never mind. Health regen. Double. Crit. Health regen. I don't need any of this crap. More crit avoidance. Whatever. Relic. Put one in the egg. What happens when you put it in the egg? That's a great question. Okay, wait a second. If you put it in the egg, does it add a modifier? And then you can hatch it with the modifier on it? You're right. We would for sure have to test that. All right, we'll put it in the egg, see what happens. All right, let's put our set away for a second. I don't know yet. We tested putting a Marrophage in the egg. You could totally do it. It adds affixes. Okay, relic. Poison resistance if we have it. Relic. Cold? Crit, attunement, necrotic, and health. Our necrotic resistance is in Fuego. Of course, it's nothing but minion crap. Endurance, void, lightning, attunement, crit, physical. Attunement, crit, physical. Necrotic health, crit multiplier. We'll take the spell. All right. There, now we're ready. 326. All right, we got to find an egg. Damn minion stuff, I know. This isn't Diablo 4. It shouldn't say Diablo 4 anymore. It doesn't say Diablo 4. I updated it. Sorry for everyone on YouTube. The thumbnail's going to show Diablo 4, but the campfire's over. It's over. Are you going to do a big streamathon deal like you did in LE? The next subathon is cycle 3 of LE. So later this year, end of October, early November, we will do subathon 2. We will do subathon 2. We're not doing it before then. Sorry, coworker walk in, but it feels good. Everything you do contributes to the overall success of your loot in gaming. As you are aware, loot is the key in ARPGs. Yeah. I got a question for you, Sarding. When you play Last Epoch, do you play COF or MG? Just curious. Your mood is much better now. Yeah, duh. Merchants all the way. Every once in a while, I get somebody that's a big merchants is cheating. You know, I'll get a merchants is cheating person. And then I'll ask them if they play PoE, and then they'll say yes. And then I'll ask them if they trade in PoE, which obviously is almost required from a currency perspective. I just like hearing it. All right, the next one we get, we can throw it in the egg. Almost level 97. You still have to grind up the gold to get the stuff in merchants. Well, most good stuff. That's true. And normally what you're buying is you're buying an item you need to slam. So it's like you farm the gold to get the item, to put it in the egg, to get the LP, to get the exalted, to slam, to fail, to start over. You know, it's not just that easy, but yeah. All right, did we get our egg? We did. It's in there. We basically just got to see what it does. Dude, what if it added LP? If it adds LP, there's no way they missed that. Okay, so what we need to do is see what it does and then hatch it. Okay, if it can go in the egg, that means it can gain legendary affixes. If it can gain legendary affixes and then you can hatch it, that would mean that you can have an exalted item with legendary affixes. There's no way. If that works, I got to go to Merchant's Guild and buy every damn one for sale. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm not kidding. That's exactly. Hey, when we're not wearing these set items and wearing regular gear, we feel a lot better. My guess is that you can't hatch it. It won't hatch. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. My guess is anything it adds just poofs when it hatches. All right, here we go. What did our item get? Necrotic resistance. All right, it gave us necrotic resistance. Okay, well, it added affixes. You think when it hatches, the affix will disappear? This shaman is giving you a headache, huh? There's one, no, it's not at all. There's one specific thing giving me a headache that I don't understand. It is what I want you to research. It's just this wand. Now, will it carry over? Yeah, we need to find some nemesis. You know something that I think all games should really put an emphasis on? I can like barely see. The screen is so dark. I normally play it very bright. is I have Fury Leap, right? I feel like all games should heavily emphasize movement abilities. And there was enemies over here. Being able to jump over there would be huge. Oh, I stand corrected. It didn't let me jump there a second ago. Oh, that feels really good. Never mind. I just jumped into a flat wall that didn't exist. Good job, EHG. Noob. I must have had the angle wrong or something. I'm gonna blame Logout for that one. As long as it's not 2 walls thick on the mini-map, you could jump over it. I am so curious about this hatch. 114 just dropped. Yeah, it dropped this morning. I didn't have time to make a video on it, but we are playing it. Is there anybody else in this stream right now that is also playing PoE? Yes, 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 yes. Okay. I want to start trying to get as much feedback as possible. So far, all I've heard is positive, with the exception of one thing, and that is that needing to give your villagers gold kind of feels like dailies. I want to get people's thoughts on this. Is that like a total... No, that's BS. A bit, yes. It feels like a daily, yeah. So explain to me how it works. What if you had, you know, infinite gold? Can you put infinite in there and then you never have to worry about it? Or is the problem you just never have enough gold? These might be actually worth something. Yes, I'm trying out the endgame for the first time. Lightning arrow, Deadeye. Gives more incentive. It feels a little bit like dailies. Yeah, but yeah. Honestly, you get gold really quickly in the highest tier of maps. So really, if you play the game, it's not really dailies to me. If you're not doing the maps anyways. Well, it doesn't let you be a hideout warrior as much. So I can see where they are coming from. Yes, not enough. You put money into the town and you have to pay them hourly to work. No money, no worky. There's a timer that shows you how long they will work until they run out of gold. Okay. Is there a maximum amount of gold you can put in the town timer? Not that I'm aware of. Okay. I don't know. I've seen someone put 500,000 in. So it's weird. In my head, again, it's been 3 or 4 years since I've played PoE. I only had 1,600 hours in it, which I know is a noob status. I cannot remember gold. Like, what the hell did I used to do with gold? I can't remember. It's like, I don't remember ever needing gold for anything. Gold is new. Gold wasn't a thing, they just added it. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So when I used to play PoE, gold wasn't even in the game. That actually helps a lot. And I know now you can do full respecs with gold, which is great. I used to hate respecking in PoE because it always kind of felt like a punishment. I think the new system PoE 1 is something that will be offset the reduction in players in the game when PoE 2 releases. Probably a genius move. I mean, they broke their concurrent player count. 350,000. It is almost like the respec for gold is stolen from LE. I mean, respecking skills doesn't cost gold. Cost experience. Come on, we want a nemesis. Hey, Aaron, do you play the entire campaign to get all your idle slots? No. Yeah, I play till Hyboria. Once you get the lance from Herod's son, I'm done. I'm out. I've got my passives, I got my idols, and I'm out. Aaron, I legit don't know if you're ever gonna be able to beat Abby. If I'll ever be able to beat Abby. I lag every time the stages changes, and it kills me to lag every time. Nothing to do. Well, there is something you can do. You know what it is. You just don't deal with the transitions. You just have to make one of those builds that can one-shot Abby. How many runes do you have, Aaron? What do you mean? For rune of removal, I have almost 3,300. 10 mirrors, 200 ascendants. The game has been extremely unstable for me too. Lots of spikes. What do we got? Lightning, no. Harbinger of Stars, bad roll. Ignite. What the heck? There we go. Necrotic and melee. And health on a cold penetration. No, it's never gonna sell that. Judicator, no. T7 sealed. Somebody asked earlier, Aaron, have you seen a T7 sealed? Answer, yes. Yes, I have. Now, when you're looking at this item, you're gonna think, man, this is crap. And you'd be right, this is not very good. But what you can do is you can pick one affix and you can use your glyphs of envy. So on here, you could pick one. Let's say cast speed for totems. We can use our glyph of envy. Click. And it's going to upgrade the one affix you want, but it will not change the sealed affix. So now, when you actually look at this, what did we just create? We got a better base, we got minion leech, we got health, and we got physical resistance. So now it's craftable. So now you can go bam, 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 bam. And it ended up not working. But you see, that was like a little expert move. And it's still gone. If you're in offline, I wonder if pausing for a sec would help. There's a lot of stuff I have been questioning now that it's been brought to my attention. And of course, I already know about it. But anytime I see these videos now, someone will be like, Aaron, you've got to look at this. And it's like the person goes up, kills the pinnacle boss in 1 second and leaves. And in my head, I'm always like, we don't know their gear. We don't know if they're online or offline. And we don't know if they're snapshotting. And again, I'm not saying everyone's cheating, right? Come on. It's not what I'm saying. But it is a little like, it does make me question every once in a while. Does make me question every once in a while. Especially now the snapshotting thing. Using 2 sets of gear. Still could have probably sold it for something. No, I don't think so. Come on. Show me a nemesis. Come on. Where's the message? No? Nope. I mean, just take those builds more as a showcase if they have a build in the description. Not anything really impressive. The other day, we were having a conversation. And again, I really love good debates. I feel like the debate has turned into like anger now, which I always find silly. I like it when people with different opinions can talk in a respectful way. I have no problem with debating and having those styles of conversation on here. But ultimately, we were talking about snapshotting. If you don't know what snapshotting is, it's basically a way to wear 2 sets of gear. And EHG does consider it cheating. You know, that doesn't mean that it's not EHG's fault that it's in the game. Okay, just to be clear. But the conversation came up because they were saying, like, Aaron, if you want, you just snapshot and you'll get basically double the power. And in my head, I was like, of course I could do that. But I feel like I'd be misrepresenting the actual power of the game, the power of the build. And I know I would be doing something that EHG doesn't support. But as the conversation went on, which I found pretty interesting, is that a lot of build makers, a lot of creators, sorry, I should say some creators embrace it. So they don't show, they don't hide the fact that that's what they're doing. And that's what the debate was. Good morning. What's up, Mr. Flenser? Well, snapshotting is just a current ability changing with what the stats you currently have not had on cast. It's evolving into gear swapping when talked about. That is specifically what we're talking about, is gear swapping. And the conversation was strictly around minions, basically wearing 2 sets of gear for your minions. When's this build going live? Not yet. Not yet. I've already changed it 3 times, so this is the 3rd iteration. And it might change again because I just need to test it. I need to test it. It's always sad to me when it's like, I can't tell if something's working. And in my head, I don't think it's working. What I'm trying to figure out is this. Tundra Nova. Tundra Nova is literally perfect for this build on Frozen Ire. It scales with spell, cold, and attunement. And obviously this build works with attunement. And the way it works is you have a 15% chance to cast Tundra Nova on a hit with the cold skill. And a cold skill that we have is Maelstrom. So Maelstrom should be proccing Tundra Nova. And I don't think it is. Hey, Postpone TV, thank you for the Prime sub. Look at that. Already 3 months. Time flies when you're having fun. Something like that. It's hard to say with minions. Is it fully ethical? No. But I can't really blame them either for the extra effort. Oh, we got a nemesis. This is my take after the conversation, and I felt it's pretty fair. If you are using that method, if you hide it, it's wrong. If you don't hide it, it's okay. It's basically where I'm at on it. If you are presenting the build as something that it is not, I think that is wrong. In pretty much all instances. Because you're trying to help people out by giving them build guides, but then not being honest about what is needed. So that's pretty much my take. Okay, ready, everybody? Here we go. We put a cuckoo in the egg, which gave it a tier 4 necrotic resistance. We are now going to hatch it. And the thought is that basically the affix will disappear. It is now a legendary. It isn't in the game, then it's cheating. I mean, it is in the game. I mean, it's EHG is trying to fix it. So EHG says it's cheating. It is technically in the game. It's in most games. It's in PoE. It's in D4. It's in LE. It's a very hard problem to fix. But they do not like it. That's why they are trying to fix it. That's why when they were designing the tech for the Falcon, they added in tech that would not allow you to snapshot the Falcon. What's up, Grez? Wait, I just got back. What's the issue? No, we were just having a conversation about snapshotting. If you don't know what snapshotting is, very simple example is you make all your minions, then you take off all your gear, put on a second set of gear, and now your minions have two sets of gear. It's the easiest way to kind of understand it. Did our relic fly away? Nope. I wonder if it can fly. Come on, fly! Do you reroll each time make these new builds? No, I do not. Respecking in LE is so easy. So like all my druid builds, all I do is reset the skills, reset the passives. The skills are re-leveled in one echo, and then we work on re-gearing it and testing. So if I casted 5 extra avalanches with mana regen, tried swap body armor to a more damage-oriented one, would you say that's cheating for extra effort? Okay, this is hard. If you are casting Avalanche and you are using 2 chest pieces, yes, I would say that that is not right. Knowing full well that the creators of the game did not design the game that way and that it's not supposed to function that way. Now, would I be mad at you or blame you for doing it? No. But I would never do that. That didn't sound right. I wouldn't really care, but I wouldn't. I don't think it's great. I would be mad at him. And I think most people would know. I mean, if you were doing that, you would know that it's not designed that way. You can say it works, but you know that it wasn't meant to be that way. Oh. Oh, it hatched. Hold on. Let's kill all this crap. Is this build available on YouTube yet? It is not. I'm sorry. We're still testing it out. It's not ready yet. Okay. Our legendary... Ugh, there's too many enemies. What's with all this mob density, you know? Okay. It flew away. So the item, listen to this. The item went from a unique, it upgraded to a legendary, and then it downgraded to an exalted. Aww. We got crit strike, spell, dodge, and poison. All right, up next. Well, we know we don't have to put that in the egg anymore. Can you play this as a druid? Nope. You can't use Avalanche as a druid. You can only play Avalanche as a shaman. Another nemesis. Christ, how many of those are you going to get? A lot. Honestly, if you're able to do it, then you should be able to do it. Make it up to the company so they can't. I agree. You didn't use the nemesis on that map. Yeah, I did. There was just no egg. There's just no egg. It is a incredibly hard design aspect to fix. Incredibly hard. But they're working on it. And you could, like, that is like such a hard one, right? I know this analogy isn't super right, but it's like, well, it's, no, that's a bad analogy. That'll just make people upset. Yeah, I don't think it's super great. I don't think it's great. But it's I mean, it's not like, you know, what is it really hurting? Not a lot. As long as people that are putting out information to help others are being honest about it, I think it is what it is. You know, it's not like we're competing in esports and you're doing something that is giving you an advantage over other players, you know? So it's like, who really cares? I just don't like it when it's misrepresented. Does Aaron have a video on how to use the egg mechanic? You know, some people have asked me that. I don't I've not made an egg video. I could, though. It'd be very easy. So what my plan was is kind of getting the build guides done and out there. And then before Cycle 3, which I know we got a couple months, I want to completely refresh my boot camp series because it's been a while. It's been like a year. So crafting 101, advanced crafting, how to build a loot filter, endgame systems, defenses 101, offenses 101, the egg, stuff like that. How to navigate endgame systems. I want to completely reboot the boot camp series. How do y'all like your eggs? It's pretty funny. I go through phases. So I've been eating a lot of over medium recently, but scrambled over medium. My wife, I'm very blessed. My wife makes I get to wake up to the smell of fresh sourdough. She makes her own bread. So I wake up to like fresh sourdough. So I like dinking the bread in the yolk. Another nemesis. I'm a medium egg guy. Runny eggs with toast is the best. Mm-hmm. It is. This is not over. As long as the snot is cooked. So you're a scrambled kind of guy? Guessing a scrambled kind of guy? This one won't hatch. All right, what did we get? No. Minion, health regen, and cold. We like minion health regen. That's a new one we've been messing with. All right, we'll keep that. That's a keeper. That's it. You like the yolk running? All right, Exathius, have a good one. Reboot as in redo all the videos. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of reasons for it. And I think you'll actually understand this. My boot camp series, I made that series over a year ago. And even though the information is just as relevant today as it was a year ago, when someone sees like a how-to video that is a year old, especially in a video game, you're going to immediately think it's outdated, which is what I think. If I'm looking up something, I'm going to think, oh, this is a year old, it's outdated. So I think it's a good time to refresh it, and I'm a better player now as well. So just, yeah, spruce it up a little bit. Spruce it up a little bit. They took my ward away and gave it to the bosses. Oh, come on. Look, we killed him. Does that count as a victory? No. It doesn't. Hey, Aaron, finally hit my stride in Cycle 2. Made a new character 2 days ago. Just beat the campaign for the first 2 monoliths. And I feel like I'm back for the first time since 1.0. Goose, that is what I like to hear. What did you decide to make? Sourdough bread is so good. Oh man, it's so good. I grew up on wheat bread. My mom was like, oh, wheat bread's the most healthy, you know. And my wife was all about sourdough. It's like, oh yeah, sourdough. Now it's like sourdough or nothing. It's like superior to all other breads, in my opinion. Oh my gosh, so good. My wife makes her own sourdough and it's amazing. I don't know if you heard me say that. I wake up every morning to fresh sourdough smell because my wife makes a loaf every day. Living your best life. Oh my gosh, I'm so spoiled. I'm aware of my level of how spoiled I am. I'm very aware. All right, back up to almost 3,300 life. And when we are spamming Maelstrom, you could see on my life, look how much endurance we have. Pretty good. Pretty good. Aaron, never got hacked. Thought it happened to me tonight. Had happened to one time before a couple years back, but at the end it turned out it was just YouTube short in the background, and it made me panic. I personally have not been hacked. That has not happened. That being said, I get at least 1 to 3 emails a day that are fake. Hey, Aaron, join WhatsApp. We've got a great offer for you. Hey, Aaron, download this thing. We've got something you're going to love. So I get that kind of crap 365 days a year, every single day. Which always sucks sometimes because every once in a while I'll miss like a legitimate, hey, we'd love to work with you because I think it looks too fishy. But I get that kind of crap a lot. Mama's bread, wife's bread, which is better? My mom does not make fresh bread, so my wife's bread. What's up, Raven? Yeah, I thought someone was speaking directly into my speakers and I got scared. We have your info. Go to Target and buy 10 $1,000 gift cards if you want your info back. I'm helping out the Nigerian prince at the moment. He's fallen on hard times. Man, there's a couple of other ones. And in my head, it's like, this has to be bots. How can 1,000 different people all be struggling artists trying to sell their art? And then also in my head, it's like, how many people buy this? There's got to be enough of them. They've got to be making enough sales to keep it going. How many people want to talk to me about selling their art? 1,000 I can't believe how many. Everyone. Aaron, is it hard to make bread? It's you got to have a starter. So my wife has a sourdough starter. It's like the yeast or whatever it is, the mold, and she feeds it. You have to feed it and take care of it like a plant. It's freaking weird. It's pretty weird. This one won't hatch. We're gonna trade in a different one. It's called the sourdough mother. Scariest one I ever got is, we know your password, and it's an old password I used to use. If the real Nigerian prince is ever in trouble, no one will believe him. I had a couple years back, they were literally taking over my PC while making fun of me. That's why I pooped my pants again. Got it. Aaron, you are the lucky winner. You are the 1 millionth visitor. I get the one that's your package was undeliverable. Please click this link to reschedule, or payment denied. Like, please click this link to make sure there's no problem with, you know, that kind of crap. I also got to make sure I extend my car's warranty. You gotta have the car warranty. You get the UPS one? Yep. Okay. Egyptian prince. Let's switch gears for a minute, conversation-wise. You might have missed it. First 2.5 hours of this stream was Diablo 4. Who here, watching this stream right now, plans on checking out? That means you will download and create a character, even if it's 1 minute of gameplay, D4 Season 5. Who plans on checking it out? Even if it's only for a little bit. Right here. Never, nah. When is it coming? It comes out on August 6th, so it comes out in 5 days. Yes, sure. Have not bought it yet. Me, what's up, Zim? Nope, not at all. I'm done with D4. Me here, nope, gonna pass. Me, Diablo superfan. Kong, you just can't keep saying yes over and over again, you know? Me, I want to try an AK-47 DPS Druid. 1 minute tops. Not too many games on the list. Barb Life, baby. I'll most likely check it out one evening in Legacy. I will check probably. Tried last night a new character, but after 1 hour was done. Okay, why were you done, doofus? Of course, I'll play Season 5. Endless Hordes looks like fun. That's 12 yeses. Waiting another year, yes. Yes, I can. You can't stop me. I mean, I could stop you. I want to play Fireball Source. Conger, what do you think about Ravenous, Ring of the Ravenous Rend Bleed thing? Think I can make something work? Armor percent, health, void. This stuff's crazy. Void resistance, 83% on this armor. Attunement, minion, bleed, health regen. The keeper. Oh, we got another pop, too. Get out of here. Get out of here. Lightning damage, crit strike. All right. You're in. New poll up top. All right, everyone. Who plans on checking out D4 Season 5? Poll at the top of chat. There, we can get a more accurate number. Thanks, Solo. Rend with Grandpapa, super OP. You know, I gotta admit something, King Konger. I don't want you to judge me, okay? I've never found a dropped grandfather. It just hasn't been in the cards for me. I know I need to try harder. I just hate Duriel runs. Oh my gosh. I feel like every season I get to Duriel runs, it's like, I don't know how long I can go for. Now I'm judging you. I know. I have one. I have one because I crafted it, which I wish I didn't. I wish I saved it so I could have crafted a newer one. I guess it doesn't matter. It's on Legacy. But, yeah. The point I'm saying is that once I have leveled the character, once I've leveled the glyphs, once I've got the build cooking, and I have started pushing the pit, now the endgame loop is bossing, which is literally, right, let's be honest, Duriel pops out, you hit Duriel, Duriel spills all the loot, you reset Duriel, and you do it again. Once the endgame loop is that, I am now, for the most part, disinterested. That's where it's like, all right, let's work on different builds and try and make things work. Duriel Pinata, Tormented isn't that easy. I know it's not that easy. But for some of the big dogs, it is that easy. Egg, what do we have here? Let's put our... People are buying these things like hotcakes. We'll put these in. How many of the yes votes are frosty? I don't know. How many accounts would he need? Yes, one. I uninstalled D4. I may reinstall it again someday. Tormented is easy with the Barbarian. But that's kind of my point, is that I want that PoE mapping system. Or maybe like a Delve. Delve would be cool. That'd be cool. I'm going to finish the season journey player as soon as I accomplish. I move on because so many more games. Yeah. I want to delve in LE. Man, that would be sweet. Oh my gosh. EHG kind of talks about Delve in a way like, isn't the monolith kind of like Delve? Like, no, it is not. I mean, a little bit, but no. I was the deciding vote. You pushed it over the edge, huh? So tomorrow, Dwarven Realms Season 0. So we'll switch over to that for a few days. And the day has come. We are, let's see, 12. Plus another 8. 20 hours. In 20 hours, we will have the Titan Quest 2 gameplay in our hands. Not we can actually play it, but at least we'll be able to like dissect the gameplay. 20 hours. Titan Quest 2, let's go! Can you get auto attack on the left click without using another hotkey? You want on the left click, the movement click? Like you're trying to use a 6 skill? Is that what you're talking about? If that's what you're talking about, you cannot. Now that the devs, we talked about this on the podcast, have confirmed that Titan Quest 2 does not play like No Rest for the Wicked, and it's not a Souls game. It is a standard hack and slash action RPG. So that has been confirmed by the developers. So that myth is gone. I'm way more excited now, too. I was already excited. Now I'm more excited. That's such good news. I know. I wonder how many content creators are going to try and jump on the Titan Quest bandwagon. I feel like that'll be the one they'll show up for a little bit. Oh yeah, this is cool, and then they'll be back to their standard games. We are going to plant ourselves in Titan Quest. Yes, we are. All right, we hatched another one. Minion. Double minion. Aaron, have you heard of a game called Mirthwood? Why does that sound so familiar?
Imagine you're living in a beautiful, thriving homestead filled with life, food and wine. Well, there's only one place to start, with some good old manual labor. In Mirthwood, you'll be tasked with managing your own homestead. So when you're done adventuring, or socializing, home is always waiting for you. Grow a wide variety of crops. As you progress, build refiners and turn your raw resources into quality artisan goods. Make linen, jams, ales, wine, and more. Cook meals or craft weapons and armor. You can age your alcohol for an extra kick. Just don't expect to be productive afterward.
You can get drunk.
You'll find vendors of all types. Purchase animals, choosing from different breeds and coats. Check in with the craftsman for your home goods, or hire townsfolk to work on your property. As seasons pass in Mirthwood, your farm will take on a different form. Ensure your animals have shelter, or butcher them.
I'd rather get drunk in real life.
Your land is your palette, not constrained by grids or squares, but only by your imagination. Will you be a green thumb, animal lover, or industrialist, or something else altogether? And don't forget, adventure waits just outside your doorstep. But you might stay at home and choose the cozy life.
Releases September 11th and has a demo. No, I have not seen this before. You've considered playing it, or I'm considering playing it? Did I have so many games on my list? I don't even know where to begin. I still haven't played Hordes of Hell. Brow's mad at me. Ditto. I'll play it. You said it's what, 1 day? How many hours can I get out of it? Would consider playing it. It's on my wish list. I see. Hey, Necro, how's it going? There's one cozy game I thought looked okay. One cozy game I thought looked okay. Give me a second. I'll think of the name of it. Aaron, are you planning on making any earthquake builds? No, not right now. Unfortunately, even though I've played Last Epoch every day for, like, I mean, without exaggeration, probably 40 days because we were playing leading up to it. The Last Epoch train is going to take a break. We're switching over to Dwarven Realms Season 0 tomorrow. And then we'll switch over to Diablo IV Season 5. And then we'll switch back to Last Epoch unless something else comes up. But it is break time. It is break time. I know, there's still so much to do. Palea. Palea? Palea, the cozy game. I almost got that one. There's a couple people. Palea? I think that's the name of it. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Is that right? Palea is a cozy game. Yeah. Yeah. I think that was one I almost got. People were talking about it. This one will not hatch. All right, we'll do that last, I guess. I've never heard about Dwarven Realms. Is it good? Let me tell you this, okay? Games in my rotation. Last Epoch. Torchlight Infinite. Diablo IV. Dwarven Realms. Those are the 4 games I normally don't miss. Now, yes, I skipped Torchlight Infinite's last season, but that is because it launched at the exact same time as Last Epoch, so Last Epoch takes precedent over all 4. Out of those 4 games, I plan on adding PoE 2, Titan Quest 2. So that is, I mean, it's up there with my ranks. Dwarven Realms, which you will see over the next week from me, is a third-person action RPG built on Unreal Engine 5. It has the mob density of a Vampire Survivors, but the character customization of a action RPG. The game is only $9.99. It's a $10 game. And this season that launches tomorrow is Season 0. So this is the final season of Early Access. And then the game launches 1.0 with Season 1. A lot of us play it, and imagine your Diablo, your Path of Exile, your Last Epoch, your Torchlight. Imagine them coming out with a new season league cycle every 4 to 5 weeks. That's what Dwarven Realms does. So they're probably going to extend that out a little bit to 6 weeks when the game launches. But a completely new season every 4 to 5 weeks. It's actually really hard to stay on, like, to keep track of. It's pretty hard to keep track of. I think I've heard of this before. Well, you probably don't remember. It's been a long time since you've played it. Sounds interesting. I might check it out. Yeah, you can come by the stream. Again, I should be streaming it tomorrow. I don't know if that's going to happen. Tomorrow's going to be a wild day. I've got Dev Chat Bingo with Mike. I've got Titan Quest 2 gameplay reveal. I've got Dwarven Realms Season 0, but more importantly than all that, it is my daughter's 12th birthday. So, yeah, I don't know how I'm going to fit everything in. So we might start DR with Dwarven Realms on Saturday. And honestly, it's a good developer team, and it's only $10. So I always tell people, like, you know, even if you played it for a few hours, like, you'd be really, you know, you'd be supporting indie devs. And the game's great. This will be my 8th season playing it. This will be my 8th season. Happy birthday to little Sienna Rose. Man, even at 20 mana a second, there's just no way we can... I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board on mana regen. Maybe we go the mountain. Boots. Sienna Rose, such a pretty name. Yeah, she's a good girl. Get out of here. Where's your Harbinger at? Aaron, has Mike talked about optimizing the game lately? Whenever Mike has talked, whenever somebody brings up optimizations, it is a very generic answer given. It is, we are always updating, we are literally always, there's a full EHG team dedicated to optimizing the game, and we are always fixing bugs. So, you know, they recently moved to all new servers, all new back end, and at least from a server stability standpoint, this is the best we've ever had. But the answer is yes, we are always working on it, but there's never details on what exactly. The big thing right now is they are going through an engine upgrade. So they are moving away from Unity 2019, and they are moving to Unity 2021, which gives them FSR and DLSS and a lot of other tools for the game. So they're updating the version of Unity. FSR 3.1, me like. The visuals on Last Epoch, not talking performance, I'm talking visuals. This one's like, obviously everybody has their own opinion. I talked to Linda yesterday during the podcast, and I said, hey, you recently played Diablo 1, 2, 3, 4, Wolcen, all these action RPGs. She played PoE. I said, where do you think Ellie stands as far as visuals go? Do you think it's dropping the ball on just overall visuals? She said she thinks they're great. I was like, okay, great? She goes, yeah, I think they totally hold up compared to what's out there right now. Wolcen, dead game. It's dead. It's gone. Afternoon, Aaron. What's up, Elite? It's true, I blame the wife. You should. What time is the reveal? I only know for me, it's 12:30 p.m., so noon, basically noon, mountain time. Live in Idaho. Hordes of Hell, I'd say you can max out currently 1 full day. All right. Yeah, it's Sienna's birthday. Is there any way for people... Is there any way for people to wish her a happy birthday? Is there a channel on Discord for messages? No. But he specifically mentioned that they are internally testing new versions of the game engine. Yeah. Oh, okay. Should that help with FPS, you think? I don't know. I've never had any problems with frames per second, personally, but I'm also on a pretty decent computer. So I'm not sure. Not sure. We can run double minion on this. Ooh, double minion with health regen. Ward decay threshold T5. Minion health regen T5. Minion health T5. Physical resistance. Oh. You love Wolcen, Raven. In these types of games, I'd much rather turn down the GFX and rely on upscaling, but look forward to other enhancements that come with the new version. Okay, I worked 8 hours in a 100-degree shop, drove home to get the kid, took him to the doctor for booster shots, drove to Target, bought a Tonka crane, drove home, installed a battery in wife's car, Mill's car, outside underneath the sun. Can I stop doing stuff now? Nope. You didn't even cook dinner yet. What are you talking about? You haven't even started your day. Shh. You got bedtime. You probably didn't. Lawn needs mowed. Shh. Can I relax now? What a stupid question. My shadow will cover this world once more. But yeah, well, I woke up, watched the D4 Fireside. So, you know. I had to deal with that. That's a heavy lift, see? Yeah, the Fireside did not start very well from an entertainment standpoint. And then I always feel bad because there's somebody new in chat and they're just like, is this like a D4 bad channel? It's like, no, we're just, people are comparing it to Ellie and PoE and talking about the entertainment factor. They're like, oh, because I don't know. It's like, sorry. This hate, this despair, D4 has an entertainment factor? Yeah, duh. You know? Almost got me. Get out of here, Rye. I bounced off D4 at lunch. Still need to go check out S5. The big part of S5 is they buffed Barbarian. That's like one of the big things people are excited about. Barbarian's finally got some extra power it needed. Oh. What style? Which I'm all for. I was pretty heavy D4 bad camp until Season 4. Finally had fun playing the game. It felt like a finished game at that point. Earlier seasons felt like beta. Yep. I thought they nerfed Barb. Right? I mean, they did nerf Barb in some ways. Buffed him in others. Basically, what they nerfed in Barbarian is the Keystone passives. That's basically what it is. Everything else is buffs, pretty much. Which game do you prefer? Sorry, what are my options? Oh, the cuckoo has left. It hatched. T6 mana. Ellie, hands down. 3, 4 left to hatch. I've played a lot of all 3 of those games. Last Epoch is my jam. That's what I like. I'm getting crushed at 180 corruption. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. Have you tried Grim Dawn? It's easier for me to tell. Well, okay. Action RPG games that I have played to Endgame. Okay? Action RPG games that I have played to Endgame. Diablo 2, Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Diablo Immortal, Torchlight 2, Torchlight 3, Torchlight Infinite, Last Epoch, Path of Exile, Titan Quest, Grim Dawn, Chaos Bane, Inquisitor, Wolcen, Victor Vran, Van Helsing, Hero Siege, Slormancer, Chronicon. I never played Minecraft Dungeons. All of them. Is that all of them? That's a lot. We get it. You're an action RPG guy. I think that's all of them. Core Punk. Don't bring up Core Punk. I have played Core Punk too. Certainly not to Endgame. Wait. You haven't played Immortal to Endgame? I have. Okay, I played a little Genshin. That's true. That's true. Now, your question is, what do I prefer? I think that's, yeah, you said prefer. And out of LE, D4, and PoE, I prefer Last Epoch. Now, the question gets more complicated when you ask me, what do I think is the best, right? Because those could have different answers. But you got to remember, too, there's something... you're building a hot rod in your garage, right? Labor of love. You're building a hot rod in your garage. Maybe every Friday for 10 years, your buddies come over and you work on this car. And then someone drives up and says, hey, I'll give you this Ferrari for your hot rod. And the Ferrari's worth double the value. Now, maybe you would trade it in and give it to him because you want that Ferrari. And people probably wouldn't think anything of it. Last Epoch is my hot rod. So you got to understand that I've been playing this game since there was 60 of us. Literally, there's not even triple-digit players. I've been playing this game. So for me, it's I don't want to say it's more than a game because that's kind of silly, but it has other value that somebody just jumping in right now wouldn't see. A labor of love. Certainly one way to put it. I honestly feel bad for not playing more than 50 hours when I originally purchased it in 2020. It's okay. It's a game with soul. It's a labor of love. He only has 3,000 YouTube videos on it. That's not true. I think I looked it up the other day and I have 688, almost 700. Almost 700 YouTube videos on Last Epoch. But yeah, I like it. There's some people that log in. There was someone the other day. Actually, I think it was yesterday. That said I tried to get my friends to play this game, but they all got it, and then they refunded it because they said it was trash. None of them got past level 20, and they said the game is trash. They're going back to Diablo 4. The big thing that they couldn't get over is that there was no character customizer. You know, and those are the ones where it's like, man, whew, that's a tough one. That's a tough feedback. That is tough feedback. Only 700, I know. And that's kind of how the conversation ended. And I was like, well, your friends. And he said he was sad that his friends wouldn't give it a shot. And I said, well, your friends likely only play AAA games. And I would guess that your friends' visuals are very important, right? So like those AAA graphics, that visual clarity, that combat feel, like that is very important. And the person said, yeah, it's like incredibly important. So, I mean, you know, you can understand it if you're looking at it. Needs better friends. And they all like the first Ascendant with the bunny character. Let me guess, the bunny is dressed in a way that people enjoy. Is that what I don't know what you're talking. Is that what it is? We can sell it. This one won't pop. to clear our stash soon. Yes. Oh, she's barely dressed. I see. For as much as I love LE, more each time I play it, I know it will never be the most popular ARPG. But does it need to be? I think that's a fair question. I would never. I mean, no one is. You can go watch my 3 years of streaming every YouTube video. I've never, ever said that this is going to be top of the mountain. I know that. I have accepted that. I've never even had that as an expectation. If LE can remain third, right? Diablo 1, PoE 2, and LE, LE2, LE expansions, LE DLCs can hold that 3 spot amongst Titan Quest and all, in all these future games. That is a very, very comfortable place to sit. Because if you're number 3, you're in the cycle. You're in the rotation. The community plays Diablo, then they play PoE, then they play Last Epoch, then they play Diablo, then they play PoE, then they play Last Epoch. You can survive very comfortably as number 3. Very comfortably. The question becomes is when you start breaking down sequels. So is it Diablo 4 is number 1, then Diablo 3 is number 2, then PoE is, 3, PoE 2 is 4, Titan Quest 2 is 5, and now LE is 6, right? Something like, it's a terrible example, but something like that. Now you start running into problems. D2R will always be 1. Normally when I make these lists too, people are like, what? Diablo 4 is not good, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about just strictly how many people play the game. Community size. Community size. Yeah, that's a good run. Unless it's in a marriage, then it gets awkward. I see. Man, we are trying to get some good experimental gear. Not happening. Bow. Spell damage minion. 3 left that need to fly away. LE is my number 1. PoE is my number 2. D3 is my number 3. I know, I forgot about Torchlight. I was thinking about that after I said it. I put that on my wish list along with Whispers of the Eyeless. Does D4 really have that much more than PoE? I mean, 300,000 viewers for a league announced at 3.2. And they didn't break 6.5 for the Campfire today. Yeah. They do. They really do. And again, I don't say this to make people upset or cause an argument. I would guess if like, hey, Aaron, you got $1 million, I would say that the size of Diablo 4's massive, Diablo 4's audience is 10x PoE. I would say 10x. Pretty comfortably, maybe 5x, I don't know. But it's not on the same graph. They're not comparable. They're not comparable. At least 10x. It is. You have. It's like Moneyball. You got rich teams and you got poor teams. And then you got 40 layers of crap. And then they're us. Diablo's at the top without any competitor. It's not even close. $500,000 a day and 60 million accounts on BNet. It's not even comparable. Yeah, I know. Oh, wow. Yeah. That is why when it comes to launch dates and stuff, like nobody, like Blizzard doesn't look at when PoE's launching. Blizzard doesn't say, oh, PoE's launching a popular league on the 26th. Maybe we should push back ours. They don't. That team at Blizzard, strategic launch dates, does not exist. They don't care if PoE's league is launching on the same day. They would not. It probably wouldn't even come up in conversation. Gotcha. I was genuinely asking, not trying to start a debate. No. It's totally fine. Until Elden Ring enters the arena and scares everyone. I guess that's true. Elden Ring scared everybody. Blizzard just takes a giant jump and lets out all the D4 season turrets whenever they want. The oddity is that 90% of those have finished the campaign in D4 less than 2 weeks into each season. Yeah. Yeah. It's a big bada boom. A lot of casuals. But whether you like them or not, they have brought a lot to the genre. So when you talk about, and again, I'm not saying it's because of Diablo that PoE broke its record. Like, obviously, they put out a great league that everyone's having fun with, which is great, which is awesome. But Diablo 4 has brought a ton of people to the genre. So when you sell 20 million copies and you're done with Diablo 4 for the season, you might look around and say, hey, what else is there to play? And you might see Last Epoch, you might see PoE, you might see Torchlight. It raises everyone. Raises everyone. We'll put that in. Under new stuff, put that. That's under sellable. We're officially out of space. These are like my tabs of new stuff that got introduced. I gotta like sort everything out pretty soon. It brings people to the genre, which is really nice. Yep. I'm one of them. I started with Diablo 4 at launch and got addicted to ARPGs, played D4 at launch, didn't like it, tried Season 2, loved it, but got bored. My friends recommended LE right at the end of the beta, and LE is my main now. I love that. That's a great story. Oh, I'm going to use that story. I love that story. Okay, hey, so let me ask you. This is great. You being newer to the genre, help me out. What was it about AAA, $400 million budget D4 that didn't hook you, but LE did? I'm just curious, right? Your thoughts. What made LE your main? I started with the LE demo at the convention. Which convention? One LE, 2 Grim Dawn, that's it. If you love anybody that loves Grim Dawn should be excited to see Titan Quest 2 tomorrow. It's going to be multi-class again too. LTX 2019, got it. That was a long time ago. Where are you going? All these positive conversations going on, but I want to redeem a live. You can't. Not right now. I mean, you can. I'll just play it later. Ellie has a good endgame, while D4 has, like, none. I was a Diablo super fan for years and years. I played LE and D3 and loved it. I couldn't wait for D4. Played the campaign, then a bit for the first season. I was not impressed. Went back to LE, and I am here. In my opinion, LE is great, but dude, the game is so badly optimized. Can't play Necromancer on my PC. Frame rates dropped to 40. I mean, for sure, LE is not in its completed state. Who did? I don't even know what that means. Okay. He just likes it because a streamer says it. Chicks magnet, you think? Started on LE for ARPGs myself, then tried D4, and this season tried PoE. Won't go back to PoE. Purpose-driven life. You didn't, like, you're done with PoE? Sorry, is that what you're saying? Lack of build diversity. It was fun at first, but got repetitive. LE has insane build diversity, and it got me hooked. Right now, I hot swap between LE and Grim Dawn. Got it. I have a friend that is a AAA gamer. He asked me if I was ready for Star Wars Outlaws, and I told him, no, I'm not paying $130 for a game that locks content behind a price tag. He got legitimately mad and told me it's only $110 for all the content. This is what we're up against. I haven't seen Star Wars Outlaws. I've seen some stuff on that. Was that the one where people were mad about the models or something? Something like that. Do you have a Warcry spec to cast to give you 4 Maelstrom stacks? I do. But it's also my spam skill. You redeem standing time. I was standing and working out during the fight. That's fine. I could work. I could get up. Look at this guy trying to kill me. My health regen is too high. He can't kill me. Let me see. You're not allowed to have those. They look very nice. They look very nice. Do you want to show everybody?
I just got curtain bangs and about 5 inches cut off of my hair.
Your haircut for school?
Yeah, I got curtain bangs, which are like right here. They're really short, so I can't put them in a ponytail anymore. And yeah, and I really like that. So yeah. It was like kind of like last second. Well, not like that. I said I wanted curtain bangs and stuff, but yeah.
They said, looks great. That looks nice. I'm glad you're happy with it.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Wow, 5 inches. That's a lot in girl world.
It's just I have a lot of hair. So, yeah. So Santa owes me 3 pieces of candy now.
Why?
Because I wanted to only get 3 inches, but then Santa said if I get 4 inches, she'll give me 3 pieces of candy. But then we realized that 4 inches was only like this much. And then, so then I was like, I wanted to get 5.
I just want to understand. You cut more off your hair because your sister promised to give you candy.
Yeah, pretty much. No biggie.
Lou says it looks great.
Thank you, Lou.
Candy is the ultimate currency.
Yes, that's very true.
Upper, what are you doing? Luz, you want to see the dog? Oh, you can kind of see. Come here.
Oh, my pussy. Come on, Luna. Come on. And this is my puppy. Luna, look right here. Oh, Luna, say hi. Oh, yeah. She says hi.
Oh.
Going down.
How'd Sienna's haircut come out?
She also did curtain bangs.
Nice.
Also short hair, pretty short hair. But her hair's like.
All right, I'll come look at it. Oh, you have a golden doodle too. Yes, full-size, purebred golden doodle. I love it, honey. Nice job. You should show Sienna your school supplies too. And if Sienna has her list, tell her I'll take her tonight. There's a task that I have that I actually enjoy. I'm in charge of the school supply list. So the kids get one-on-one daddy time, and we go and knock out their list together. They don't have a YouTube channel. Don't subscribe to it. I mean, they haven't uploaded a video, and they don't. I can't even. The reason why I never promote my daughter's YouTube channel is because it is not a YouTube channel. I want to be as clear as possible. They uploaded 4 videos 5 years ago, and I don't even know how to get back into it. I can't even. I don't know what email. I don't know anything. Anyways. What are we talking about? Oh, we were talking about LE. And D4 raising all ships. All right, let's see. Sold my Stormcarved Testament for 1.2. Nice. Oh, optimization. I will agree. It does need some optimization still, for sure. I think they are upgrading the latest version of Unity. Yep. Unless he says otherwise, I'll refund. He stood the whole D4 campfire. No, I'll stand up. It's fine. Same problem with Frostclaw. Do you have a link about this topic? Would love to read about it. I'm worried about just redeeming those trolling. Curious, why are you here for Aaron if you guys don't play Last Epoch? Because I'm so cool, duh. Maybe they play Dwarven Realms or Torchlight or Diablo IV. You know a game I really liked? Did anybody ever play Dark and Darker? I like Dark and Darker. The way I got to love ARPGs was strange. I started with Van Helsing, a game that I thought was garbage, but ended up loving. From there, I got Torchlight 2, then Grim Dawn, now LE. Wow. I mean, there is a lot of people that consider Torchlight 2, Grim Dawn are some of the greatest games ever. That's awesome. Aaron might know more. I think it was mentioned in the dev chats. That happen every Friday. Wait, what is it? Oh, there isn't an official post, But if you watch my channel, Action RPG, you go to videos and you look at engine upgrade. People are always like, I haven't read anything about an engine upgrade. That's because there's not an official post. It's just what it's just what EHG has talked about. The cuckoo left. It did leave. We got one left. So it is working. I have a shaman. I have Warcry spec'd correctly, and it won't cast Maelstrom. Did EHG fix it? It's always cast mine. So right now I've got 4 stacks. Now I got 8 stacks. I have not seen that not work. Just FYI. A menace? My wife has one. He's a menace. Not the brightest dog. The sock eater. I donated school supplies and I bought them and put them in a bin at the store. Nice. I DM'd you a link to the prices for Outlaws and the Madness. Yeah, but see, this isn't, I mean, hold on. I mean, I really have no desire to talk about Star Wars Outlaws. I can absolutely care less. But if I'm a firm believer in the base price of the game is the game. If they want to sell skins and statues and soundtracks and art books and all this other crap, you know, so be it. You can have 50 layers above the base price as long as the base price gives you the full game. Okay? So that's kind of my... Because, right, like, let's say Last Epoch has 20 variations and the game is $30, or you can spend 50 or 80 or 100 or 200 or 1,000, right? You know, for the people supporting the game and love the game, you know, they'll get something for it. I don't know. It's not, the battle pass is quests. Oh, I see. Wait a second. Wait. Let me see if I understand this correctly. They're pre-selling the DLCs? So if you spend the 110, you're pre-purchasing the 2 DLCs that are coming. Is that right? No, you get them at launch. Okay, the 2 DLCs that will release after launch. That's what made me think. Keep exploring the world. Star Wars IP isn't exactly... I don't even... Yeah. I mean, okay. Let me just... Since Browse sent this to me. If you are telling me that basically if you want all the content, the base price is 110. That's the highest I think I've ever seen. Right? Obviously, they would claim the base price is 70, but if there is core content locked between this extra $40, that's pretty bad. I think it's the Jabba mission everyone is mad about. A quest with an iconic character locked behind a more expensive version. Yeah, that's not great. Diablo 4 just did it again with their patch today, staying true to their methodology, to their solution itemization problems, to throw more damage at items. We did watch the entire fireside chat, and we did look through the Druid and Barbarian updates and uniques. And most of us were in complete agreement that there is going to be quite a large power creep with some insane damage numbers for this season. Or pay $18 and for 1 month, never play it again. Okay. Not that I'm sure anybody cares, but is the game good? Is Star Wars Outlaws like is it a good like do people love it? At least the testers and crap. WTF, that's considered tax money stealing with the intent of used for no true need for the public. Illegal? I don't think so. I'm just curious, like, is it like the game everybody wants to play, so they're trying to just bend everyone over for money? I don't know. It doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. I don't like it. I see why people are upset. Oh, he was responding to the discussion about U.S. public schools. All right, let me catch up in chat for a second, just so I'm fully here. Why donates? Oh, okay. Why donate school supplies? All right, let me stand up. It looks like a PS3 game. Cody, you're saying Star Wars Outlaws looks like a PS3 game? Time for bed. Thank you for the stream, dude. Thanks, Goose. Have a good one. Okay. All right. Oh, unfortunately, public schools are woefully underfunded. And without donations, a lot of the teachers come out of pocket to make sure the students have what they need. Look at all them videos. There's over 1,700 YouTube videos. It's been a few days since I tried, but it wasn't working for me. Took screenshots and posted the bug forum. I wonder why it wasn't working. I don't know. The game has quests. Battle Pass is not Battle Pass. Yep. Different here. Country servers, everything needed. Tax players, they invest hard to make sure they all get it. I think they lock the content. Now you get them at launch. Okay, I got it. Diablo 4. Oh yeah, I saw that. To give you an idea of how wrong the U.S. school system is, monetarily, my local count just spent $4.3 million on cell phones. That's wild. That's more than D4. Blizzard needs to raise its prices. Oh, gosh. I've heard mixed opinions about early access reviews. I feel like when it comes to AAA games, even Diablo 4, if you are not I must have it now, I mean, you're for sure going to get it cheaper. It will happen. How long does it really take? A maximum, absolute maximum of 3 months before it's 50% off. Every time. Sports games are 6 months before 50% off. How long did it take for Dragon's Dogma to go 50% off? Wasn't that like 5 weeks or something? I'm a very patient gamer. You know which one, at least as a content creator, the one that drives me crazy is the 3 days early access. As a content creator, whatever the price of that is, if you plan on streaming the game, you are required to pay it. Because if you start the game 3 days late, you might as well not even play it. You're so far behind. All right, let's check and see if we got anything good. And we can make one more fly away. Then we'll check. Dragon's Dogma 2 took only 1 month to be 20% off at the first party stores. Salute you, sir, to the dedication to the next generation. I concur. I only buy AAA key sites, save 30% at launch. Only 1 more hour of work. Lose every once in a while. Like, how do you get away with watching stream the whole day at work? Don't they get mad at you? Or you got that control over there? Cody. Have a coffee on me. Last Epoch, still my favorite ARPG. Titan Quest, a close second. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Tomorrow's stream, Titan Quest 2. Shh, not so loud. Sorry. I mean, Luz, can I get some customer service over here, please? Aaron, I know you have a lot of games on your plate, but every time after stream, check out Whispers of the Eye List. It's kind of like Darkest Dungeon, in my opinion, except you try to build a cult instead. Like Cult of the Lamb. Can't wait for Titan Quest 2. We will see the gameplay tomorrow. All right, what is this? Let's see. I'm a man of... I like looking at games. Whispers of the Eyeless.
You are in my way. It cannot come to this. Gods, I will redeem myself. I am returned. By their dark grace, I am the first prophet. Others will hear their whispers. I must awaken them.
Build your cult.
Loyal followers. The gods call us to service. Sacrifices must be made. We shall restore our sanctum to glory. Aranthor needs us, yearns for our salvation. The living gods have failed you, and failed others as well. The living gods must fall. The dead gods will ascend. I will slaughter any who stand in my way. Their darkest desires are mine to wield. So many secrets, so many possibilities. I will have my vengeance and deliver the dead gods theirs.
Whispers of the Eyeless. It's got a demo. I checked it out. Not a game for me. Looks like it has a skill tree more in depth than D4. Oh gosh. At first I was like, what kind of cutscene is this for Last Epoch? Yeah, it's a new one. Chapter 10. Everything has more in depth than a D4 skill tree. Not all, not everything. Well, I mean, you know. Did the Titan Quest 2 news come out today, or is that tomorrow? That is tomorrow. In 19 hours, we will be live showcasing the THQ Nordic Showcase, where we will see the gameplay reveal of Titan Quest 2. And I really hope it's not a, hey everybody, here's the minute and 10-second trailer for Titan Quest 2. I hope there's a nice long gameplay trailer. I hope they take questions and have a, developers break down the game. I'm hoping for a large segment on Titan Quest 2. But that is tomorrow. No, you can get level to Warcry, more survivability, or level to Avalanche, right? Level to Avalanche. I only have 2 Avalanche shards. We'll just do Warcry. Yep, Warlock's still viable. All right, what do we got? Lightning? No. Melee? No. Snowblind? No. Dodge rating? No. Well, no. And our last one flew away. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we got. We hatched 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. I'll just look at all of them. See if we got anything good. Does a Racing Strike Void Knight build? I haven't made one in a while. Aaron, any of your kids play this game? Nope. I mean, they'll come sit on my lap and play every once in a while. But not seriously. Hello again. Hello. When is LE 1.2? The Cycle 3 update. I would guess end of October, maybe week 1 November. All right. Crit strike, spell, dodge, and poison. Crit strike, dodge, and poison. Nope. Next. Mana, elemental, poison, and necrotic. Everyone likes mana stacking. Spell, minion, freeze. Poison. Nope. Next. Shock. Nope. Double minion. Minion, minion, poison. Okay. There's a keeper. Now, in case anybody doesn't know what I'm doing, this puppet offhand catalyst is the only one that has this very rare prefix. Implicit. Increased haste effect on you. And after you do a traversal skill, up to basically 3 seconds of haste. So it's very, very nice if you can get a good rolled one. If you can get a good rolled one. And a minion one is good. Double minion. And we can seal one of the affixes. All right. Next. Lightning. Lightning, dodge, crit. No. Shock again. No. Minion again. Okay, keep that. Spell crit, poison. Nope. Elemental tier 7. Keep. Spell, crit, slow. Slow and shock. No. All right, we got 4. That's better than nothing. 2 months of LE streams. That's it? Halloween weekend? Ooh, that's a good idea. Halloween weekend? That's a good idea. All right, everybody. I think we're gonna wrap things up at 6 hours today. If you didn't catch it, yesterday was Town Portal Podcast, episode 4. Me and Frosty LaRue brought on Linda, and it was a really good time. That being said, I got to bed at 2:30 in the morning and didn't get a whole bunch of sleep. And I am taking my daughter, whose birthday is tomorrow, back to school shopping tonight. She just got home from camp today. Are you close to making this a finished guide? I don't know. No. I mean, close is, maybe a day away. I need to test this item. Which sounds silly. Aren't you testing it now? No, not really. I need to log into a different character and work on it to see something. I'm popping off now. Twitch keeps trying to blow my eardrums out with ads that are more than double the volume. I hate it when they do that. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Necro. Man, Leap feels extremely satisfying in this build. Just want to jump around the whole time. It's okay, I'll play Wraith Lord. Wraith Lord's awesome. I'm glad you like it so much. Canadian guy, you're gonna play D4? You gonna play some D4? It's taken over Shatterstrike as my favorite build that you have created. I know, it's really good. Even with the nerfs. Wraithlord got a ton of nerfs. You should have seen it last season. Wraithlord will probably get more nerfs. I don't know. Hey, Guilty, I think Guilty left. Got a new idea for this build. I don't know if it'll do good at single target. What if we took Avalanche off? We put on Storm Totem. I'm gonna maybe try D4 again, but Ellie is just so good. I know it is. You and me, the same feeling about the game. By the way, everybody, we will draw a giveaway at the end of the stream. As long as you are following this channel on Twitch, type in !giveaway. Logout, do you plan on maybe trying D4? I'll give it a shot, I guess. I haven't since season 1. Oh yeah, you're the one that said I trust you, Aaron, and I'll try it again, right? Yeah. Okay. If you're going to try it, what class do you think you're going to play?
Yes. Hello?
Oh, do I keep this for myself? Should put it for some. Reread my message. Yeah, I'll give Barb a shot, I guess. I haven't since season 1. I want it. What do we got here? Void, health, armor, attunement, minion, bleed. It's a squirrel armor right there. Two-handed. If you could answer my long question, I feel like it's something a lot of people want to know. Aaron, at what point in the leveling process would you recommend branching away from a leveling build? Basically, from level 1, should you use a leveling build over working on an end game one, and at what level should you switch happen?
You can trust this armor like your life depends.
If you go and look at my near 700 videos I have put on YouTube, I think I've only made one. I've made over 100 build guides. I don't think I have ever made more than one leveling guide. And that is because, in my opinion, I don't think they're needed or required. So it's a hard one to answer. And people are like, what do you mean it's not? You know, people normally get angry. I would normally say once you enter the monolith, you should no longer be following a leveling guide. That being said, I think sometimes if you're following a leveling guide, it will actually make you slower. So that's my hot take. Thinking I might try Source for Season 5. Haven't played Source since beta, I think. Nice. I'm playing Storm Totem, making the big version of Storm Bolts, buffing it with Upheaval. So right now, we use Maelstrom. Maelstrom gives us haste, gives us frenzy. We're spec'd into attunement, does okay damage for clearing echoes, gives us a ton of health regen, but of course, it casts Storm Bolts. Storm Bolts are converted to cold, so you have perfect synergy with cold Storm Bolts, cold Maelstrom, and then of course, cold Avalanche. So you have 3 skills perfectly working. We use Leap, which casts Storm Bolts that are cold. We have Warcry that makes Maelstrom. And of course, Warcry also buffs cold damage and gives us a 200% stun or crit chance. Part of me makes me think these 4 skills are fully automated. They work in perfect synergy. And Avalanche did do that when we were wearing the set Halvars that casts Avalanche Boulder. Now what I'm thinking about is if we took summon Storm Totem. Storm Totem can make our storm bolts that are cold, and it can make a blizzard. I just don't think we'll do enough single target damage. That is my concern. Yeah, DQ Blizzard, exactly. Bro, does 11 hour of the games pay you? You're always on this game. Well, it's my favorite game. It's my favorite game. And it's only been 3 weeks? 3 weeks since the last season. I mean, okay. Let's just put this in perspective. If it's 3 weeks from a PoE league, would you go into Zizarin's stream and say, man, Zizarin, why are you playing so much PoE? If it's 3 weeks into a Diablo season, would you go into Rax's stream and be like, Rax, I can't believe you're still playing Diablo? For me, this is my main game. So 3 weeks into the league, there's like, I mean, we have literally scratched the surface on requests for content that people wanted me to make. So that's why. That being said, it's actually funny you bring it up. Tomorrow we switch to Dwarven Realms. So actually, we're taking a break from Last Epoch starting tomorrow. The real question is, why aren't you playing Corpon? That's true. That's true. One last question, Mr. ARPG. Happy kids heading back to school? Yep. Well, I mean, you know, it's always that like nervous excitement when you got kids that are going back to school. They just got their haircuts, were knocked out their back to school shopping. Yeah, they're excited. I would love to see you remake the lightning bug. Man, that's a good idea. I might change Avalanche on Storm Totem 2. Didn't see that node. Why you gotta copy me like that? I'm gonna do it first so I can say I did it first. Ha! What do you think of that? Now I gotta cast Storm Totems. Done. Also, LE is just flat better than those other games. Why is LE so dead, though? I loved the leveling in that game. Why is LE so dead, though? I don't... It's a hard... I don't mean to laugh. Obviously, Path of Exile is a bigger game. So the fact that Path of Exile has released their league, a lot of people are playing that. Just like you're going to be able to ask the question on August 6th, why is the Steam charts down on PoE? Because people are going to jump to Diablo 4. And then 3 weeks after Diablo 4, why is there nobody playing Diablo 4? Because everybody's playing Space Marine 2. I don't know. Everyone's playing Black Myth Wukong. Why is nobody playing Black Myth Wukong? Because they're playing Space Marine 2. And the cycle just keeps going. That's the answer. What does dead mean? People look at Steam charts, and for whatever reason, that's I don't know, a determining factor on what games to play. Let's see. Last Epoch is still maintaining 9,000 concurrent players over a 24-hour period. It's actually not terrible. Ellie also has no need to recreate characters currently, so it's a smaller time investment on new content. It's true. JC, what are you playing right now? Oh my gosh, I tried to... I was like, why is my avalanche not spamming? What's going on? I have no idea how this works. Just take it like that. Oh, this will be a good test. All right, let's just make only the totem. You see it? Only the totem. Blizzard, and it's making the spikes out of the ground. See it? I don't know if it actually does any damage. Are you doing a video on your cold minion build? I have to go back to it. I literally logged into Shaman to see if it was in COF or MG. And it's like I'm following a butterfly, and all of a sudden now I'm all Shaman. I don't know how it works. I just started PoE for the first time. See, JC? You answered your own question. And JC, be honest, this is on YouTube. Do you plan on playing Diablo 4 on August 6th? LA... Satisfactory also releases V1 in September. I'll probably drop everything for a couple weeks then. I'm running a weird shaman with the storm totem where I somehow get instant storm stacks and just run around for my life while my giant storm totem zaps things. That makes sense. It's been pretty much 1.0 for 2 years, Flenzer Solo says. Looks like a blizzard totem. You mean the cold minion build, you monster. What? Well, technically it has been better than 90% of the games for years, already out at 1.0. We'll actually activate the story and add a lot of extra stuff to work on. Got it. I didn't know he's such a monster. How dare he? Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Don't listen. Linda, listen. Linda, listen. Ugh. He mocked me, now he's playing it. Yeah, but you weren't playing it right. You know, you weren't playing it right. I don't think. How rude. What? What did I say? I'm not rude to him. I'm only rude to him when I think he's not doing it right, which he's never doing. No, I didn't mean it like that. I meant he's doing great. That's what I meant. Real scary. All right, let's drop today's giveaway, shall we? Let's do it. Let's do it. JC, are you playing Diablo 4 August 6th?
Build now.
really don't care for Diablo 4, so I probably not. I personally think LE is the most fun early game by far and has the most potential. And I played the new season. I just always get bored too quick once monoliths start. Oh, I see. All right. Oh, there's an ad running right now. Stupid ad. All right. Pull that there. Dump that. Dump that. That's going to be a great exercise. Steam charts on Path of Exile on August 6th. That is going to be quite... So, last Epoch had a little bit of breathing room before PoE. The difference between the dates on PoE and Diablo 4 is what? So, it dropped on the 26th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 days. 11 days. I bet you PoE probably has a decent hold there. But, yeah, that's going to be interesting to look at. That's going to be interesting to look at. We won't be able to actually see how many players are playing Diablo 4 Season 5, but we'll be able to see how much PoE drops, at least on its Steam charts, which I know I can't look at their launcher. Star Wars Outlaws is coming out August 30th. We already talked. I don't want to talk about Outlaws again. We've already talked about Outlaws. All right, everyone, as long as you are following this channel on Twitch, I apologize to everybody on YouTube and X. Unfortunately, I can only draw my giveaways through Twitch. Type in !giveaway. Dun, dun, dun. King Kong, are you super excited for Outlaws or what? Can't wait to see what Ellie does in a year or so. So much potential. Couldn't agree more. So good. Come on. 3 more people. 3 more. 3 more. 47. The previous giveaway, we had 51. The one previous was 49. I'll join. No, I shouldn't join, because then somehow I'll win, and then I'll never hear the end of it. Wondering what Act 10 will bring to Ellie. We're getting Chapter 10, the Ancient Era. We're getting a new Endgame system that Mike has said everybody is going to love. It's so much fun. And we're getting a new rarity of item. Now, I think it's all tied together. So in the Ancient Era, you will hunt beasts, bestiary, and those beasts drop this new rarity of item. That's my thought. I think it's all tied together. I feel pretty confident in this. Roman numerals are weird. That's true. Act 12. Oh, yeah, I don't know. You'll find out who the immortal emperor is, and Terra will kill him or something. I don't know. Starting the countdown now to join. As long as you're following the channel, type in !giveaway 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And entries are officially closed. Now. Ow. Ow. And today's winner. Right now we have over 30 Steam keys. If you win, I send you the list. You tell me what game you want, and I send you the key. Is click Beach. Beach. DXD. Beach. DSD. DXD. Beach, are you out there? See, it's not rigged. It's someone new. Right? It's rigged. It's not rigged. It's not rigged. It's rigged. Vader. It's not rigged. Well, isn't that a beach? When I think of the beach, me and my wife just watched the Seinfeld episode where Kramer comes up with the cologne where you smell like the beach. But what if it is rigged? It's a good question. Well, you don't have to be present to win, but you do have to claim your prize. If you see this, make sure you join the Discord and DM me, and I will take care of the rest. Now, everybody, the Discord is currently in chat right now. We have a brand new giveaway going in Discord. All you got to do, just for being a member of my community, we draw a giveaway every 2 weeks. So you get to hang out with some of the best action RPG players, non-toxic community, Titan Quest, PoE, Diablo, Last Epoch, Inquisitor, all the games, Torchlight. You get to hang out, and you get a chance to win. We're also kind of the unofficial voice channel for Last Epoch. So if you like playing Last Epoch with other people over voice channels, we have that as well. Join the Discord. Okay. I haven't slept really, so I know you don't see the excitement on my face. Tomorrow when we boot up stream, we get to watch Titan Quest 2 gameplay. I've been waiting for this for a year. I'm very, very excited. THQ Nordic is actually the first studio that ever signed me back in the day to cover their Eternal Embers DLC. I'm very excited to see what happens with Titan Quest 2 tomorrow. We'll get to see visuals. We'll get to see combat. We'll get to see impact. We'll get to see UI. And hopefully they answer a ton of questions. That is tomorrow. We'll be watching it live here on this channel. And I think it's going to be great. If you need anything, hit me up on Discord. I'm going to go take my daughter to the store for some one-on-one daddy time to get her school supplies because she just got back from camp today. So, yeah, it's going to be awesome. Can't wait to see your YouTube video on it, I know. Hopefully the YouTube video, I promise to be honest, too. If I'm, like, totally disappointed, I will make that clear. Have a great night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.